Almost forgot that part. And Jorgy, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. So yeah, part we left off on yesterday is we are scaffolding out our fixture data. If I don't do a bunch of other stuff, hold on, where's our data explorer? Right, so right now we can do the scan. We would need to bring the API back up, which we'll do here in a sec. Right, so we do the scan. Or we do the scan after the data's spun up. I think that's all of it. All right, so now we do the scan, and we only get 5 accounts. But if we go to our fixture data, and we just do the accounts part. Right, this goes and fires off, and we see, wow, creating account happened a lot. So now we scan, and we see that all of the accounts are made now. So here's what I want to do. All right, so we're going to do an awaitable timeout. Let me put that function in a slightly better place. So after we create the accounts, let's give it 10 seconds. We need to give that a type. And I did give it a number. Yep. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, let's clear this buffer and try again real quick. The file size is 1 megabyte. Okay. Damn it, it happened so quick. I can't even get to that error. I just want to try and reproduce the error that we're getting right there because it's disappearing too quick. All right, there we go. Yeah, sorry, RJ. One thing you can do is head to Easy GIF. So there's some magic you can do there, such as decreasing the frame rate and then like adding space between them. Ooh. And Space Case, are you out there right now? Yeah, so Space Case sent me a message letting me know that Costco is doing a recall on some of their eggs, but it does seem to be only East Coast egg companies or East Coast Costco's because they don't actually ship them that far. So, Devils, what do you mean by a library to create a time lapse? Like a time lapse of what? You mean like you have 1,000 photos and you want to create a time lapse from them? Right, right. Like I understand that. Okay. Um I would bet that you could do it with image magic. I would bet money that you could do it with image magic. If you want to do it at a JS level, right? If you want to like script it with JS instead, you could probably do it. Let me double check. Yeah, like really, FFmpeg would probably be what you're looking for. You're doing it in Python? Yeah, I would say FFmpeg is probably your best bet. So yeah, basically a script to FFmpeg that simply loads in all of those frames and compiles them into a thing. And then you could give it like a time per. So yeah, FFmpeg is probably your best bet. So at that point, you're probably just going to be using Python to call out to the CLI. Maybe there's a good FFmpeg Python library that makes that easier. But yeah, this beanie is so itchy. It'll be worth it. My forehead's gonna be scaly tomorrow from all this. Oh, really, Alan? There you go. So yeah, Alan might have a blog post for you. Like, Alan, feel free to paste it. You know, you're a mod for a reason. You can do whatever you want within reason. All right, so what we're getting here is a timeout, and that seems to me like it's within our script here, and we're giving it a timeout of 1,000 because that's milliseconds, and that's way too short. So 10 seconds, 100 seconds. Let's try this again. Okay, so what are the chilies? So they're basically, they are biscuits. They're things that let us know what this ending bracket is for. So granted, VS Code now has a feature where it will give us this like sticky part at the top. Some people don't like that sticky part. So, you know, if you're disabling that sticky part because you don't like it, you can still get the context of what this bracket is without having to scroll up to it, which is kind of nice. In certain places, the way they do that isn't even actually that useful. So, yeah, the sticky part for this JSX is just balance details. Now, the JSTS, like, spicy part here is not as valuable, but with the save icon here, we can see like what this div is specifically. So it gives us a little bit of an ability to know which one of these divs we might want to throw something after. It tends to be better in places where you're using semantic class names, right? So if we say, if we wanted to give this a semantic class name or even an ID, we could do that, right? Like, let's do that. Let's give this an ID. ID equals... and this is this month. All right, so now I got that ID. Ooh, wait, is the ID not showing up anymore? Oh, interesting. It's not annotating this for us. That's annoying. All right, well, let's do it for this one. I think that's yeah, live demo stuff, right? Of course. ID should be getting annotated for us. So here we would just say, like, graphs. So then, bam, we can see that this div is the graphs section. And, yeah, this part's weird. Like, this month here should be annotating this bracket. Like, that's a bug. I don't know what that bug is right now, but... like, maybe it's a line length issue? Let me try this. I feel like VS Code needs an update right now. Have you guys ever noticed how like VS Code gets really bad when it needs an update? Same thing with Windows. Like eventually Windows is just like, hey, you don't want to update? We'll just break everything. And then you'll have to like restart, and then that's when we jam the update at you. I feel like VS Code has the same thing. But yeah, no. For some reason, that div is not being annotated. It's like a few years old iPhone. Yeah. Right? They want you to buy the new one, so they're going to like intentionally nerf your old one with each successive update. That's a slightly different thing. This would be more like your performance degrades to force you to update instead, like of your OS. But instead, Apple's doing it at the hardware level. So it's a slightly different thing, but basically the same idea. So yeah, totally. Ah, dude, this beanie's just so itchy. Damn, you almost got a full free beanie list. And it is the holidays. Like, I could actually do that. You know what? Yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone. Look at how bald he is. It's getting really thin up here. Like, it's getting really bad. Free beanie lists. This is your Christmas present. Yeah, it's getting really bad up there. I don't care enough. Like, I just don't care enough. I don't want to cut my hair. Like, I haven't cut my hair in 8 months because I just don't like dealing with it. So I just throw the beanie on. Like, the beanie is specifically because when I wake up in the morning, I might have something like this going on. You know, I can throw the beanie on and then I don't look like such a crazy person. I mean, I still do, but not as much, right? Popeye style. I am what I am. But yeah, I've got balding on both sides of my family. There's no avoiding it, so I just don't care. I'm 40, so I think I'm avoiding the midlife crisis of needing to get like hair plugs from Turkey. But maybe once I'm 50, that'll change. Give it another 10 years. We'll find out. Yeah, that was a 150,000 channel point endeavor right there. You're welcome. It may not have been what was on your Christmas list, but you should probably appreciate it. And actually, the older you get, the more you'll appreciate it, just like socks at Christmas. When you're younger, socks. When you're older, socks. Oh, yeah, it's like 30 seconds. You only get 30 seconds with the 150K. I mean, you can. I'll probably end up just taking the beanie off anyway because this thing's really itchy. So, save your money. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. It is Christmas. Hold on. You got socks for Christmas and a free beanie list? Wow. All right, so I am going to have to take the beanie off while I play just because there's no way I'll be able to put up with the itchiness of the beanie while I'm playing guitar. Okay. I do need to tune this thing because I haven't played it in months. So yeah, let's go full webcam view because LG redeemed 100,000 channel points for a guitar. That actually sounds kind of nice. That sounds kind of in tune. Damn, yeah, we're close. Okay. We should still make sure we tune it, though. Give me a second. I always forget which tuner actually works. That one's good. Oh, that one's good. So free beanie list. We'll do my we'll do the song I'm probably better at these days. The one that I mess up less, but I haven't played in like easily 6 months. So bear with me. Be nice. Let me get situated here. Oh, hold on. I've got some effects on the guitar that I need to toggle off because the filters end up cutting me out a bit. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of noise on the microphone, but it means that we're not going to get cut off. So there you go. I've definitely played it better, but I've definitely played that one way worse too. So yeah. 6 months after not doing it, I still got it. So yeah, hope you enjoyed that. Thank you. And hell yeah, LG. Thank you for redeeming that. Sorry, gotta scratch my brain a bit. Oy. Yeah, that one felt pretty good. Yeah, I had a couple mistakes at the beginning, but I didn't let them get to me. And yeah, what up, Gokton? How you doing? Yeah, we had someone redeem the channel point reward for me playing guitar. It's 100,000 channel points over on Twitch. I think that means you have to watch me for like a month before you get it. So yeah, someone put up with me for a whole month. And I just realized I had gain on. So it may have been clipping a bit. Sorry about that. We should be good now on the volume and all that. X Factor. Yeah, this is the holiday beanie. This is the Christmas beanie. Yeah, Alan, that's typically how I've done it. But then it's like really like tight. And the beanie that I normally put on underneath is also like one that I don't wear enough, so it's a bit scratchy. But yeah, that might be the option here in a bit. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed the song. And yeah, we can get back to some of this coding stuff. You like the beanie? Yeah, this is a really nice beanie. It's probably the nicest one I own. Oh, the 100,000 channel points. Yeah, it's a lot. If you stick around, you'll see me take the beanie off, which is 150,000 channel points, just because this beanie itches. I'm suffering for my art. Exactly, Alan, for sure. Right? Kind of the opposite of the other people in the bagel line with you. They're suffering for your art. So, you know, just depends. It's the yin and yang of suffering for art. But okay, hold on. So we should have our timeouts good and ready. What that means is I expect this to actually take a lot longer to run, and it's going to be a lot of junk in our terminal buffer. All those accounts got created. Yeah, I may want to just like induce timeouts throughout this. But this is already seeming like way better. I probably want to get rid of these like warnings. I'm not sure how to suppress those. Oh, and shit. Did I even do a today command? Oh, shit. Yeah, hold on. I don't want people to miss out. Yeah. So I mean, Devil's Eye, that's like a good guess, but nah, this is a warning that's put out by architects, so we don't know what that flag would be. Like, that's just a dart in the dark right there, man. All right, so now if we do a scan, ah, shit. Really? What the fuck, dude? Like, we saw all that stuff happen. All right, so there's something weird. We'll give it 10 seconds. Okay, hold on. So doing the scan while it's still doing all this stuff. We break it. I really think Dynalite has some, like, throughput issues. I don't know how we would fix that. And Gokten, sorry. Just sorting through the last few remnants. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Did remind me, though, I live in Washington State, and seasonal affective disorder is definitely a thing. If you live above a certain latitude, you should make sure you're supplementing vitamin D, because vitamin D is actually a major part of mood and things like that. I'm not saying that was your cause, but it's still something to be up on. So we only get 8 of these. All right, so while that's going, can I do a scan? And we get all of them. Okay, so we see that all accounts are actually created. Right, we create the quota. Then after all the account quotas are created, right, we'll let that finish. Here's my next hunch. that something about Dynalite is making this scan no good, but maybe the data's actually there. So we can probably assume that this is reasonably done now. And if I do this scan, we only see 7 or 8 of these things. My question now is that data actually gone? Like, I wonder if the scan is just flawed. So the way to actually test this is we pause. Probably need a new token, sure. We're going to go hammer out some very, very light work on the accounts page. Because I want to actually just like query the data instead of using this NoSQL Explorer BS. I'm wondering if that's actually the problem. Let me check one thing real quick. That was the end of that album. It's a short one, but this one's good. Let me do the 2-factor auth. All right, so the accounts page. Let's get that going. We should be able to just fetch all the accounts on that page and call it good. All right, accounts management here. We haven't changed accounts that much, but the way we do our fetching may have changed. So get accounts options. All right, so we get a flaw or an error there, and we don't have a business by user error, so the user is valid. Here we log the query string, we log the data store, the key name, sort key, some of that stuff. We're doing a fetch for accounts by business ID, so that should be good. The table does not have the specified index. So that's a flaw on our backend. So we go back to API, we go to source, we go to HTTP, we go to accounts, and we do have this get all. And it is a get at the accounts endpoint, and we're getting a 5 hundo. 5 hundo, sad panda. We're going to ignore the pagination for now. Hold on. So we want to do it by tertiary key. All right, so that causes the back end to go and restart. What I want to do here is just see, like, yeah, all these accounts, are we actually getting a length that we actually have in the database? And for some reason, our NoSQL Explorer or NoSQL Workbench or whatever is just giving us the wrong value because something's messed up about how it does the scan. So yeah, we'll let this finish. All right, feels like that's done. All right, so we get logged in. Okay, we get to the accounts page, and we should at least be able to see this response. Okay, so we see 100 with our fetch. But fucking NoSQL Workbench, man, shows us 2. I don't either. So yeah, that is weird. Oh, naming convention is absolutely correct, right? As an example, if we just do the query based upon, like, if we ignore some of the other stuff and we just do the create accounts, we get all 100. So it's only after we've added a bunch more data via our fixtures that we only get these couple. Like, this is absolutely the only way this works, right? Like, that prefix, that is the prefix. There's no doubt in my mind, because I know how we're generating those keys. The name of the table that we're looking up in is always that first bit. Like, this is absolutely the prefix for accounts, as evidenced by if I just turn off some of the other stuff that we're scaffolding, then it works just fine. So it's really just a flaw with either Dynalite or NoSQL Workbench. Debugging what? Debugging NoSQL Workbench? That's not my job. Sorry, double side. Like, nah, that's just not worth our time. Here's a good point, though, for everyone out there. Like, yeah, even Amazon makes buggy software. You shouldn't ever be made to feel bad about writing a bug at your workplace if something as large as Amazon can't get this part right. Now, is it maybe a flaw of Dynalite working with NoSQL Workbench? Maybe. But the fact that it works with less data in it is so weird to me. Now, one thing we could do is maybe try and mimic their scan, right? So we could do a scan query against Dynalite in the same way, right? Like the begins with accounts thing. We could totally do that. No problem. We could verify that. But again, like, it's just not going to help us. So for the most part, we just can't trust we can't trust NoSQL Workbench entirely. We may be able to query for some things here and there, but yeah, we just can't do it right now, like for this exact use case. Which is a little annoying, but eh. And hold on, we did have a comment. What does Waltr mean? Waltr without the E is the name of the product, and the original name was Moneybag, and then we decided to, like, you know, well, okay, it's a wallet. It's Waltr. It's Waltr. Boom. There could be two flaws, Dynalite or NoSQL Workbench. Yep. The fact that we're able to actually query and get all 100 in our response here makes me think it's a NoSQL Workbench problem. But right now we're doing a query for this rather than a scan. So that may be part of it. I don't see, like, okay, we can do a query here. We can do a begins with query as well. Oh, and hold on. See, I'm wondering if maybe that's part of our problem. So I may need to refactor how our partition key ends up actually working. Okay, there you go, Gokton. All right. Yeah. I didn't want to like diminish what you're getting at, but I do think, yeah, supplementing vitamin D is important. But it's not going to solve all the other problems. So, yeah, no worries. Yeah, exactly, Gokton. Yep. Yeah, no worries. Um, like realistically, there's got to be some other way we could do this. Yeah, I need to rethink how I'm doing my keys because my keys are overly specific. Dino base. I'll try it. I don't like their billing model. No, thanks. I already hate it. It was worth a shot. Dynamoit. I don't know why I like the name. Updated 2 months ago. Okay. Oh. UI Bakery, of course, the company that is making this. NoSQL Workbench, DynoBase, DynamoDB IDEA, Dynamo It, and that's it. Ooh. It's a plugin for JetBrains IDEs. So DynamoDB admin is another one we're seeing. Does look like it would work for all of them. So yeah, okay, this one works. So yeah, okay. Works for me. Yeah, DynamoDB admin. Nailed it. I'll take it. All right. So this is a good way that we can actually like crawl our data. So curious how NoSQL Workbench messes that up though. So yeah, what I think I'm going to end up needing to do is rework how our keys get created. Like in this case, this isn't bad. But we'd want to do this partition key specifically for like anything related. Oh, and yeah, there you go. Fine. Basically anything related to a business ID and account ID. So like purchases or adjustments or transactions or any of that, we would want to actually scope to the business ID and account ID. Fetching accounts, though, we'd probably want to scope to just a business ID. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm really curious why AWS, like NoSQL Workbench, would fail. It's a very, very interesting bug at this point. I don't know. I just don't know. Meh. Yeah, and it consistently only gets 2. So it's not even like a random scan. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is a really weird bug. Yeah, very strange, but whatever. Not our problem. Yeah, not our problem. All right. So let's do this. I'd say it's Christmas. We're doing a celebratory beverage now. I got more Coca-Cola too, so not a big deal. But yeah, let's do a whiskey and sparkling cider. And yeah, how's everyone's day going? You enjoying things? We can do some more bookers. Oh, I haven't had sparkling cider in ages. Probably since last year, actually. And you might be wondering to yourself, is whiskey and sparkling cider good? It's good enough. It's quite good. So yeah, real quick, I missed some follows. Raphael and Namaste Namasterful. Sorry, my bad. And Skinny Kenneth. Welcome everyone. How y'all doing? Merry Christmas. You like my beanie? Only thing that would make the beanie better is if there was like a little cat in there somewhere or something. And if it didn't itch as much. Well, whatever. That's just the cat scratching me, actually, right? Oh, that could be a good 2.0. Yeah, some LEDs that light up. Note to self. Oh, yeah. God, it's just so itchy. We're good, though. We got this. All right, so, yeah, we're able to get all of the accounts. We know that they're there. It's just weird to me that we weren't able to query by them. Colors change with facial expression. Ooh, there you go. You had a flying squirrel in your house? Hey, there you go, Gokton. Yeah, sounds great. Nice and chill. Ah, you grew up in the sticks? Okay. The dark green's kind of nice. It is, yeah. I like it. And I got the hoodie, too, that kind of matches. So I'm basically just a giant Christmas tree right now. All right, so back to balances. This is where we were doing some graphing. So I think I messed up the fixture data, just commenting stuff out to see what the deal could possibly be. Yep. So yeah, we didn't publish any data to the account balances. What's up, Dan? Yeah, we probably need to update the description of Waltr here soon. Let's update the Waltr. Let's do that right now. Waltr is a SaaS or other SaaS companies to use to manage their quotas and balances for billing. E.g., hosting providers need to track bandwidth. Games need to track internal currencies. Any time they spend building those systems is time they aren't shipping features for their product. So yeah, I think that's a better description, right? So how do you feel about that one? Does that kind of explain what we're trying to get at? If I could type. Yeah, I did it again. There we go. I think that's more descriptive than the previous thing. So, Dan, does that Nightbot message right there kind of make sense? All right. So one thing I want to do then is make sure that we're getting some kind of graph in here saying like, hey, yeah, we don't have any data. How would it block the transactions? Because you would go and like, they might click a button to do that transaction, and your request to my API would spit out a, 406 payment required as just one example, right? So hold on, let's go double check. Keanu.codes. What HTTP status code would we want to spit out? So payment required 402 for if they are trying to deduct from their balance, but they don't have enough balance to cover it. That would be 402 payment required. As far as if they have gone over their limit, well, let's look at that. I would say maybe a 417. It's probably not I'm a teapot. No, Sovetis, I am not touching the credit card whatsoever. Nope. This is simply the management of the quota and the balance. You, as the software as a service that is consuming Waltr, is still on the hook for setting up your Stripe interactions and things like that. You're still up on the hook for setting up like your webhook for Stripe to tell you the payment went through. When the payment goes through is when you send a request to increment their balance, right? Or to add to their balance to my API. The key is I'm managing like the balance itself and that ledger of what has changed and when. So calculating the balance is actually a calculation of all of the transactions and payments made to the balance. Yes, I'm selling to the business, not the customer. Exactly. This is a software as a service for other software as a service to use. So people here on Twitch, Vetis is over on YouTube asking these questions. Yeah, this is purely a thing for other software as a service to use. In the same way that auth as a service is a thing for other businesses to use, right? Your clerk isn't targeting the end customer. That's not their problem. So just imagine this as clerk for balance management. Auth is something that every software as a service needs. Clerk has a really good total addressable market there. At the same time, I'm willing to bet that most of their total addressable market is actually the same as my total addressable market. Not a 100% overlap, but the Venn diagram is really close. My service? It will most likely have to be subscription-based, yeah. The nice part is it'll be able to dog food itself. Right? Like my customers who have their own quotas, etc., like, well, Waltr is going to have its own quotas per customer of like how many users they can have, things like that. How many like monthly active accounts. So it's similar to monthly active users, right? We can bill people based upon monthly active users. I think that might be the right billing approach. I haven't landed on my monetization strategy 100% yet. I'd rather get this in people's hands so they can try it out. And I'd like to get it to a point where I can use it for my own other projects. And then I can figure out how I want to like actually monetize it and charge people for it. So really cool would be pretty neat a way for, as a consumer of 100 SaaSes, to add quotas for each of them. Think AWS billing alerts for every SaaS out of the box. Yeah, so Vetis, that might be something like way past MVP. I'm not trying to think too far past MVP right now because I still need to get like product market fit or whatever. So I need to like, number one, myself, dog food it into other like smaller SaaS projects I want to build. And then that'll help me realize some things that I probably missed. And then once that happens, I can actually like, try and sell it and get other customers like more stoked on it. Exactly, Devils. Yeah. That would be the idea. Like the amount of quotas, you would get one quota and one balance that you can manage on the free tier. You would get 1,000 monthly active users. These numbers are not set in stone. This is just me spitballing. If you go above 1,000 monthly active users, well then, yeah. That's when you should probably start paying me. The original version of this, before I pivoted, was going to be actually like a middleman between you and Stripe, or you and PayPal, or you and other, like Paddle or whatever. And at that point, I was going to make it like Chargebee, where it's based on your revenue. But at this point, like I don't have access to your revenue data, and it'd be really easy for you to cheese that. So instead, I need to make sure I'm charging people, like my customers, not based upon something that they could just lie about. Like I need to be able to discern what I should charge them for simply based upon their usage of my product instead. But I did really like the idea of Chargebee and yeah, for the free tier, right? Up to 250K for the first year or whatever, or cumulative or whatever, and then 0.75%. So if I was middlemaning payment providers, this would be an easy like billing mechanism for me, right? But we can't do this anymore. Just because we're not middlemaning those things. So Vetus, as far as balances go, I'm taking inspiration from DigitalOcean. Right? The DigitalOcean prepaid balance system is actually like the exact thing I started out trying to model. Like the exact thing. I wanted to make the DigitalOcean billing system as a service. And I still think that might be its own like viable separate business. But as far as something that I can bootstrap with way less liability, I think what I'm doing with Waltr as far as just abstracting quotas and balances is actually like more bootstrappable. Whereas trying to be a middleman between someone and their payment provider, that is a much higher like liability business. So I would rather get VC funding ahead of time before even trying to build that. Whereas this, I don't think I need VC funding. I just need to prove out the product market fit. The main gist is I can look at any provider like Vercel and see like how they end up doing their billing. So let me log out real quick. Right, pretty much any software as a service you're going to find out there, their pricing has quotas built in, right? So fast data transfer, 100 gigs. Fast origin transfer, 10 gigs. Edge requests, 1 million. Edge middleware invocations, 1 million. Source images, 1,000, right? Like these kind of like quotas. Every software as a service out there has these as part of their way of getting you to upgrade to the paid tier. Vercel, if they wanted to use Waltr, well, they wouldn't be on the free tier because they got 5 quotas that they need to manage. So at that point, like they would already bump up to my like pro tier. But for plenty of other services, they could probably get by on the free tier for quite a while. Sorry. God, this beanie's just so itchy. So yeah, I think good questions. For me, I think I need to put way more thought into how we monetize. But these are at least like my initial thoughts, right? And for something as robust as Vercel, yeah, they would be on the enterprise tier if they wanted to consume my service. Now, they've already got it built, so there's no reason, but just think about how much time they have already spent building out all of these systems to measure and bill people. when instead they could just outsource that scalability, that data, to something that gives them an SLA. And then from there, they can concentrate on actually building their own shit, right? Making Next better, making their dashboards better, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, building out billing of some kind for their customers in a quota based way is something every single B2B SaaS actually needs, right? Yeah, so thank you, Vetis. Yeah, I really think so. 2-bit Pixel Ninja, I did it free earlier, and I'll probably do it again free today, just as this beanie gets itchier. So you can, if you just hang out, you'll see. You're good. Let me get more music going, though. Because I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. Junior. You missed it. You missed it. 2-bit, you also missed me playing guitar. You also missed me playing the guitar. The golden beanie? Oh, this is the golden beanie. Yeah, this is like the holiday, like, special beanie. Some of you might have seen it before. It's not like brand new or anything, but it's definitely like the most appropriate beanie that I have for the holiday. So yeah, this is it. I'll be wearing it tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Stream's going well. We just had Vetis, kind of like quizzing us on what we're trying to do with this and how we're trying to do our billing. And yeah, to their question and to their point, like, I've said this before, so some people may have heard it. The general idea is if I were to get accepted to Y Combinator, every single other business in that cohort of Y Combinator, of that, like, summer 2025 or whatever, they would all be potential customers. This is something that every single other member of a YC cohort could benefit from using. Which is why I think this has a lot of legs. Because they really like to fund projects that they can already develop a product market fit within, like, the cohort. So yeah, I'm basically planning on applying to YC with this at some point, I think. I would like to be bootstrapped because I feel like being properly bootstrapped and developing product market fit ahead of time will at least demonstrate that I might not need a co-founder. I would need to eventually hire, like, founding engineers and things like that so that I'm not the only one working on it. But my thought, and I know it's maybe like I'm dancing in the clouds with this thought, is that if I can get this thing bootstrapped and done right, YC might actually consider it. That is like the common consensus, but it is not a 100% thing. I think that's the big thing there, Larobi. They massively prefer it, but if you are already bootstrapped and have proven a product market fit, you have way more of a chance than a solo founder any other way. Yeah, like I've definitely read that it's not 100% required, but your odds increase massively. That's the main gist. So, my odds are low right now, but if I can prove out the idea, launch my own other products on top of it to prove out product market fit, I believe that, maybe I don't get accepted to YC's, like, incubator. I might still be considered for investment, right? I would still rather go through the incubator because I probably need that, right? But I also like to think that I am business-minded and technical enough that I can satisfy, like, the two main co-founder roles I would definitely need to consider hiring founding engineers ASAP, though. But it means that my equity can be higher. So I can actually afford to dole out more equity to investors. So I don't know. I think there's some like special sauce there to being a solo founder. And there are businesses that have succeeded with a solo founder. But you need to make your case, right? They're the exception, they're not the rule. So I need to make my case for being an exception to that. A big thing is YC invests in people, not just products. If I can prove out my people case, I think there's a lot more value there. Like realistically, if I can get myself a good board, that would actually, like, if I have a board ahead of time of at least like 3 or 4 trusted like advisors, etc., where they get some equity, but they're not co-founder level equity. I still think that helps establish things too. So I don't know, not 100%. If I can prove out the idea, we can chat. Ooh, there you go. Wink. Nicely done. But yeah, what's up to this guy? How you doing? Yeah, my major goal would be bootstrapping first, though. Once the business is proven with a product market fit, then VC capital to scale it. All right, so looking back at this, right, we've got this payments section where our today transactions we need to have something in there saying like no data found for today or no data found. All right, so today here, and bam. Now, I don't like ternaries for DOM elements. especially for something like this. I feel like it really harms composability and your ability to like refactor the structure of things. Like I'm massively against ternary operators in your JSX unless it's like a 1 or 2 line thing. With something as big as this, the context is too large for the ternary to be like something you can discernibly scan for. I'll do a ternary for a prop. I'll do a ternary for like a couple lines inside of a prop. But for a 20 line component, hell no. No. Like I specifically hate the whole use the ternary instead of and just do a null. But the way they do the null is the null goes at the end. Ugh, I fucking hate it. Like, let's show an example of it real quick. So, yeah, let's just move these out. Right? If we were to do this, right? Because length could be a 0, this would actually be a bug. Right? So instead they would do that, and then they would do something like this. Like, dude, I hate that. Like, the context of this, right? You do the ternary, well, what's the other thing? And you got to scroll all the way down to find it, and it kind of, like, hides in plain sight. Nah. Nope. Fucking hate it. Instead, what you could do is maybe do this and put the null first. I would be a little more okay with that. Like, I prefer that instead, because at least the context is right there. But the moment that you end up having, like, well, this could end up being multiple lines for the DOM element we're going to put in there, then you're back to the same problem of your context gets lost between the two options. Oh, Frocco. I hate it so much. Like, I hate it so much. Hell no. Hell no. You do whatever you want. I'm just saying I would never do that, especially because those components are rarely that short. Like, rarely that short. So, yeah. Just, I'm not a big fan of ternaries for conditional logic. You know what I would prefer over a ternary? A solid JS style, like, show component. It isn't. Nah, I'm sorry, Frocco. I just, again, it's an opinion. I have never found it easier to read. Right? Specifically because, like, even without the loader, this right here kind of sucks. Especially once this ends up becoming multiple lines, right? If this were to become some div with a bunch of other divs in it, right? Hold on, we're doing a little too much there. Right? The moment we got something like that going, this ternary has like lost all context within like a chunk of readable stuff. Right? And it's rare that you're going to have components be single line like you just showed. If you end up doing that, well then, yeah, you end up redirecting where the user has to look to see what's inside that component. And that also is like, you're adding like a redirection, right? That abstraction causes the user to lose their context of where they are within like the greater context. So this right here, I hate it. It's the worst. The worst. And then going back to, right, maybe you just joined, the null thing there, if we actually just do the null at the end, well, then this is actually really easy to miss in scanning. Because we don't read code line by line, character by character, we scan code. This scannability is actually pretty bad. It's really easy to miss this in scanning. So yeah, I massively push back against the ternary with the null at the end. You could put the null first, but then eventually you're going to refactor that null into something else. Well, that's what I'm getting at, right? If you look at what I've actually written, you still probably want to convert it to a Boolean. No, so Fracco, that's what I'm getting at. But the whole point is that you'll run into bugs if you just do length being truthy for the thing you want to render, and then length being falsy for the thing you don't. So instead, the explicit Boolean becomes really easy to scan for. So that's what I'm getting at. This is what I prefer, right? I prefer this over the ternary every single time. Because to me, like, I'm immediately like scanning for, this is that condition. That's it. Whatever is inside of it is just what is shown in this specific condition. If I want to handle the other condition, I do that wherever the hell I want. So I'm no longer like restricted to these things being tied to the exact same place in the DOM. That actually gives you a lot of power for refactoring and composability. So yeah, I know. It is like the prevailing wisdom from Kent C. Dodds that you should use the ternary. I just simply disagree. I would rather see this every single time. Every single time. Right? An explicit Boolean check instead of, you know, like, if you were not going to do the Boolean check, you could do like bang bang to prevent the 0 problem. But that bang bang is also hard to scan for. So I'd rather do that most times. In a similar vein, if you have something that you know is a string but can absolutely convert to a number, and you were going to do something like, where is it? Plus 0, right? Just to convert it. That plus is really easy to miss, like the unary operator for number conversion. It's actually a better experience to just wrap it in number, right, for the developer. Or parse int, or parse float, etc., right? Technically, unary operator would be a parse int. But even then, like either number or parse int is still just like something you can scan for. Whereas like the plus unary operator, while maybe being faster, is still something that's really easy to miss in scanning. And I've definitely even seen in like some of the Primogen streams where he'll do the unary operator to do a conversion. But due to like him not using a semicolon or something, it actually joins to the line before it and he's doing a plus plus. You know, like it, yeah, there's just a whole bunch of ways that that can become a really annoying bug. Right? Even someone like the Primogen could make that mistake. When instead, if he had done number or parse int, problem solved. Or at least it would have been more obvious. So yeah, the scanning problem, right? We spend more time reading code than we do writing code, so don't optimize for character input. Optimize for readability. Optimize for scannability. Which is also why I don't give a shit how fast you type. Because we spend more time reading code than writing code. Anyway, sorry. I like going off on these tangents a little bit because I get better at explaining it every time. So, thank you. All right, so what we need to do here is now we could do something where we do some hacks and we get this no data found centered perfectly within the row. Or just do that. I think I'm okay with that. So then, yeah, similarly, we'll do a very similar wrapping of that. Good job, Super Maven. Except, yeah, that's the wrong value there. This ends up being month. And there we go. Okay, so we get the payment data in there. Are we taking responsiveness into consideration? We're trying to, but I may not have actually. Yeah, so we're doing like the 1/2 thing. We should probably make 1/2 be an LG instead. So yep, I'd say that's fine. Now we could definitely do some spacing or something when we get to the vertical part. But yeah, we're doing at least a little bit. We do have a bug, or not a bug, but an issue we just don't want to solve yet, which is basically this business selector and the menu and where they get placed. Realistically, I think menu should sit up here where business selector is, and it used to. But then we got to figure out where like business selector goes, and it should probably just sit within what we're dropping down for the menu. But yeah, I haven't fully decided how we want to do the responsiveness for the sidebar stuff yet. So we're taking responsiveness into a consideration, but we're not strictly adhering to it at the moment. So yeah, this is the last song on the album. We should think about another one that we play here soon. Exactly, Kenneth, for sure. That's just science. All right, let's try this Jasper de Coister album. See how it goes. So we've made some graphing data for payments. We haven't made any graphing data for transactions, like usage. And we're going to end up having to reboot the backend, and the backend rebooting means that we need to re-log in. Before we go too deep into thinking about the other graphs, I wanted to get our fixture data here again. And yeah, we create 100 accounts. Let's do 1,000. Let's see if that even like runs and works. That looks like 1,000 accounts to me. And we probably don't need the 10-second timeout. We could probably just give it like a sensible timeout now. But yeah, now this part is gonna run. And man, yeah, we get a lot of stuff queued into there. We don't see too many crashes. We do see a few. Ooh. We see this one, which is a little weirder. I'm not using includes anywhere, so that's a bug locally for something. But yeah, then here we get like the connection reset bugs. And now we're getting connection refused a lot. But then it starts to work again. So yeah, Dynalite just kills a lot of the stuff we do. It does look like it finished running, though. All right, so now we hit some way slower loading endpoints. Ooh. Turns out balances is empty because that's one of the things that failed to create. Quotas at least worked. No, we have pasting working for sure. Yeah, what we're seeing is that we're not getting like all of the accounts. Like we're only getting maybe a quarter of the accounts. Not even. Like we're creating 1,000 of them. Spinning up a dev DB. That's what we have. What do you mean by that? You mean by not having to like scaffold our fixtures every time? No, I'd rather keep doing that because we're still like modifying the structure enough that I don't want to deal with like migrations or any of that bullshit. I mean, it's DynamoDB, so there's no such thing as migration, but having to manually tear down and restart the database, nah, I'm good. I don't mind running our fixtures ad hoc every time. In fact, I think it helps us uncover bugs by this data being randomized. But as a point, Dynalite is the dev DB. Oh, you mean actually like hitting staging? Yeah, we can do that really easily. Instead of PNPM dev, I would do PNPM staging. I don't want to do that anywhere close to until we have something I like locally, though. Yes, Architect has the idea of staging and production automatically. But as a simple example, like how much do you think I want to pay to run a Dynamo instance and do these types of, like killing the database, reseeding it, doing any of that BS? How much do you think I want to pay to do that on a regular basis while I'm still figuring out the structure? Definitely not worth blowing up my bill for dev stuff until I'm satisfied with local dev. Thanks, Kenneth. All right, so hold on. I'll let this reset. I'll copy it and paste it somewhere. Right, I just want to show this to you and verify it for myself as well. Boom, no problem. Ah, hold on. So it doesn't update our submit button. So you're right, we do have a bug there. The paste works, but it doesn't actually go through and let us know that our submit button should be activated. So hold on. Yeah, we got something to do there. Let me go pee. And then let's fix that bug real quick. Because I could have sworn we had that fixed. But, yeah, it seems like we made that mistake. But it is pasteable. It's just the active state of our button. Like, I could hit enter. Ooh, enter doesn't do it either. So, yeah, whatever we've got doing to determine if the field has been filled out, we have a bug with that. Let me go pee, and we'll be right back. It is a control. Yeah, Larobi. I feel like we've run into this in the past. Don't necessarily make statements that seem like directives until you've even seen the code. In fact, typically, just don't make statements that seem like directives. Add a question mark, or a maybe, or something. But, you know. Do you want people telling you what to do? Or do you want people making suggestions? Do anything that makes it seem like a suggestion instead. But we don't know that, Larobi. We're not inside your head. If it is a suggestion, do anything that makes it obvious it's a suggestion. A question mark, or the word maybe, or any other thing. We don't know your intent. We're not inside your head. It is on you, as the chatter, to add that context. Do you get into arguments with people over text messages a lot? Because this might be part of it. Like, I don't know, man. If it's a suggestion, it is on you to make it obvious that it's a suggestion. Otherwise, it comes across as a directive or a command. I don't typically see Twitch DMs. Discord is basically the only way to DM me. So wait, what about 3-ply are awesome? If you have an image you want to replace, let me know, but like I need the image. Your messages don't have a link. I don't know, man. I only see 2 messages. Use Discord. Twitch PMs suck. All right, so MFA code input. Okay, so if we look at it, right, when we do a paste, and yeah, here's the thing, Larobi, right? Value equals part. This is a controlled input, but the paste is simply not firing our on complete when it needs to. So we do a paste, we get the data, we split it, we map it and slice it. So technically this MFA code input is a component. It simply has a hook that it calls to the outside that is managing the state of that button. So we're going to debug this part real quick. So what I'm wondering, and what maybe Devil's Eye is getting at, is that for some reason this... Hold on. Yep. No, that's it. Do you see the bug? Yeah, there you go. Mycomian. Yep, that is it. This Boolean check right here is evaluating the 0 to a false. You know, you could have similar bugs in all sorts of languages. Oh yeah, the code's invalid, but number one, I want to see the value show up here. I don't care if it's valid or not, right? We're not seeing it in this list. And yes, this is a heck. We'll think about a way to do this better in just a second. I just want to see if this is an issue with like the rendering tick. No. I know we need a new one. I'm not worried about the code being valid. I want the characters to show up. Interesting. So we see this coming back with the error we care about. And we see like the number of characters being what we expected. Yeah, you can typically get a link to the song I'm playing with the song command unless my bot crashed. Looks like we're good. And then playlist will get you a link to most of the stuff I've bought on Bandcamp. I haven't bought this album yet. All right, so let's go back to login and start fresh and just, I don't know, as someone mentioned, the code could have just broke. That doesn't sound right to me, though. Plans for growing on YouTube? I don't know. I don't think that far ahead. What do you mean, RJ? There is no playlist. Oh, I get it, Ken. Yeah, I mean, I try and be more of like a background noise, kind of like co-working stream. Yeah, like I'm over on YouTube. I'm streaming to YouTube right now. I do plan on making like videos and stuff. I I feel like I've been doing or recording like reaction style content at the beginning of my stream since kind of just as long as Prime, but I've never clipped or put any of that up on YouTube. But at the beginning of my stream, I tend to do a news crawl where we go to Hacker News and we look at the first page and see if there's anything interesting and chat about it for like the first hour or two of stream. Usually, hopefully, just an hour. I have over a year worth of content that I could probably start going through and finding sections to upload reaction style like Prime does. I have other video content I want to make as well. I'm just really lazy. It's so much easier to just stream. It's just so much easier to just click go live and start building stuff. Which is very different, right? Like Prime's main focus content-wise is less building stuff and more reaction content, right? Especially YouTube-wise. On his stream, he does build stuff. But I feel like that's secondary to a lot of what he ends up doing a lot of the time. Which is not me naysaying. It's just an observation. Many of you might not know he got his start streaming as a game streamer. I think he ended up doing programming streaming because he kind of realized that he could grow quicker that way. But my bet is that he would rather be a gaming streamer. I don't know for sure. Yeah. He loves gaming, like for sure. He stayed 5'10". There you go, Cotter. Nailed it. Yeah, no, he's really into games. I remember he was playing Baldur's Gate 3 and a bunch of stuff. Yeah. I think he'd be really good as like a gaming focused streamer. He's also really good as a programming focused streamer too, though. So, you know. There you go. Skill issue. I mean, dude, hardcore PoE 2 is tough. But yeah, go hard. That was a good question. My biggest thing is that I am slacking too much, so I'm not really focusing on growth. I'm sure there's stuff I could do to focus on growing here on Twitch even as well. Like, you know, on YouTube, there's 5 or 6 of you watching. On Twitch, there's 65 watching. That's pretty good, but I used to have better numbers. I'm kind of a jerk sometimes. LaRoby knows. I didn't mean to be. I'm just saying, like, I have to push back. Because if you let chat walk all over you, you end up being less stoked on stream. And I stream 5 days a week, and I don't want anything that makes me less stoked on streaming. Yeah, no worries, Ken. Yeah, like, yeah, just building stuff. Yeah, for sure, Kenny. Like, I get that. Sorry, Kenneth, my bad. You may not enjoy being called Kenny. Oh my god, they killed Kenny. Like, if you're old enough, you got that way too much in school, so sorry about that. No, LaRoby, like, you're good. It was just about the phrasing. Phrasing is still a thing. And by making that point to you, I can also make that point to other people that might have been thinking about chiming in. If you add the context of it's a suggestion, then it's better for everyone if their intent is more obvious. That's all. Exactly, Carsies. Like, I was making the the Archer reference to? Is phrasing still a thing? Are we still doing phrasing? Why did we stop doing phrasing? But yeah, again, Larobi, thank you for being a good sport. And Kim, how you doing, Kim? Welcome. Because that's how you get ants. Exactly. Yeah, I love that show. It's a great show. I need to actually rewatch it from the start again. I don't know why my favorite part might be Krieger and his virtual wife. Oh no, I'm going away, Krieger-san. No! Like, I don't know why. Like, yeah, like when she gets deleted. Like, oh man, poor Krieger. Like, dude. Yeah, Krieger is probably my favorite character on the show. Like, dude, he's just so good. But okay, I see the message. Thank you for the message request. Appreciate that. Accepting. RJ, let me look at it. Okay, you found a good clip. So here's what I would get at real quick, RJ. You might be better off shortening the clip down to just like, I think I can do better than that. 3-ply? Right? Like, you can get it down to just like that 1.5 seconds or whatever. And then it's like a higher quality GIF too. If you're willing to. If you want to do that one, we can do it. You'd also need to spend channel points to do so. But if you're willing to make that modification, you don't need to spend the channel points for it. How do you feel about that? Like, you could even just shorten it to the 3-ply. Like, that would totally be like good enough, you know? Up to you. Oh, you already spent the channel points too? Okay. If you want, I'll do that one you got right there. I'm totally down. But I think it would actually be a better GIF, especially if you like shorten it down to just like the 3-ply. Like that right there alone at like a higher resolution or higher like frame rate, I think would be amazing. Like the awesome part at the beginning, I get it, like it's cool. But honestly, we don't need that context. I think as far as memes go, they can be inside jokes. So then just like the 3-ply part, I think would nail it. How do you feel about that? If you want, I'll just do this one because you spent the channel points. They're yours. I'll do it. But I just think, yeah, the 3-ply, just 3-ply would be really good. Okay. Would you be willing to make the 3-ply like reaction as well? We'll do that one for free. Okay. Because I think you can do a higher frame rate with that one and like higher quality GIF at that point too. But hold on, let me get more music going, and let me set up this stream parrot emote. Ooh, this song is crunchy. And just to make sure, well, I guess
We'll find out now anyway. There you go. So yeah, Awesome's already in there now. And yeah, how you doing, Themby? What you up to? So yeah, let me know when you have the 3-ply one ready, and we'll add that one without you having to spend any other points or anything. And yeah, Merry Christmas. I got the festive beanie for it. No big deal. Actually, it is a really big deal. It better be a big deal. It's so itchy. It's the itchiest beanie I own. All right, so let me see about this. Interesting. Oh, wait, hold on. No, we added the timer. Interesting. So once we do a manual delete, yeah, the itch just means it's more Christmassy. Yeah, it's like the itchy sweaters that you get for Christmas, right? So here's the thing. The initial paste doesn't actually get us there because filtered code parts goes away. That would be it. Nope, I get it. Probably don't end up needing that. Yeah, exactly. Devil's Eye, right? MFA code parts was from the previous like render, basically. Yeah, exactly. So now new code parts should get us there. At which point I don't think we need the timeout. There we go. Okay. Now I think the only other bug we got is if I were to delete back through it and then paste again, we don't get the values actually updated in a controlled fashion. Actually, that can stay that check, because that's not going to matter there. Yeah, so it's like the second paste breaks on us. We at least fixed this bug, right? Character equals 0. And we see that the array is the value we care about when we log it, but we're not updating the value in these fields properly. That's a good point. Yeah, right? A use effect to debug it would be ideal. My thought here is that it's something to do with creating this new array from scratch. Right? So, like, one option is to make a ref for these refs. And hey, Decry, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, it feels to me like these are almost like new references every render, but they shouldn't be. I guess here's the big part. We see fields. And we do want to focus the next field. Yeah, hold on. Popular OTP input components just add one naked input on top of the n input cases. The logic is simpler, but in this case, should handle the tab keys manually. Yeah, that's definitely one way to do it, to where like what you're seeing here is actually just like presentational. I feel like that is less accessible though. Now here's something though. I believe Mantine actually ships with an OTP input at this point. Oh, maybe not. What am I thinking of that ships with an OTP input? Oh, pin input. Right, so they do have the individual inputs. Hmm. Yes, Mantine does separate cells as well. I don't know if we need like the one-time code autocomplete because we're not going to be doing SMS anyway. So I don't know if that matters. Like I refuse to do SMS. They handle paste just fine. Yeah, we might just switch to using the Mantine component. I feel like it's a bit newer, so it just didn't exist when we were looking at it, but aha, so yeah, they are using a hidden input. So that's how they're doing it. Yeah, they're doing the hidden input technique. God, I need a haircut. This hair is way too long. But yeah, I'm thinking we just switch to their component at this point. It was fun making our own. But yeah, we are definitely running into some kind of bug. What I'm curious is, let's go look at their source code. I'm a little curious about like their technique for this. Right, so the index of the item they're focusing is how they track that part. Okay. They're doing key down instead of key up, which is a little different. Looks like they do handle the backspace just fine as well. Hold on, how are they handling the references? Oh, inputs ref. Okay. So they're doing a ref of the array of inputs rather than an array of refs. That is most likely the bug I'm running into right now. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, we should just use the mantine component. But I don't think we're going to do it right now. Lil Seth, that's not a bad idea. Like, honestly, there's a lot of videos I could make, but then I got to actually make them. That's the hard part. Like, if we look at my Trello board. Oh, hold on. I've got a list of YouTube content that I want to make. Like, I got a big list. I'm just slacking, you know? It's just so much easier to go live every day. But, yeah, that's not the way to grow. So I completely agree. It does seem like my live viewership on YouTube is growing, though, right? Like, you know, how'd you find the stream? YouTube does seem to be like recommending it more to people as we go. I don't have a shitload of like subs or anything, so like that's not how you find me normally, right? Hold on. Sorry. Let me skip this song. What's up, Swanky? What am I making? See, it would have been more fun if you had said, what am I working on? Because then I would have cheekily said, I'm working on a solid buzz right now. But what am I making? It's a software as a service for software as a service to consume. SaaS is a software as a service. It's typically B2B, business to business. But yeah, what up, Sneaky? How you doing? How did your fantasy football stuff do? So Swanky, it's in the title. It's about quota and usage-based billing management. Pretty sure it's in the title. Maybe not, actually. No, it's in the title. Oh. Oh, I see. So you're not even in like the consolation bracket. That's right. That's right. You got knocked out earlier. Usage of someone else's software as a service. Swanky, just think about it. Every single software as a service you've ever used has some type of quota or balance system. Your usage of their service needs to be measured somehow. All right, so what I think I want to do is self-hosting's trickier, Larobi. Like, I will have to figure out a way to make it self-hostable for large enterprise, just because of how they want to manage data. But the problem is that it is AWS Lambda and DynamoDB based, which might actually be a big benefit for them. But yeah, I don't have any documentation or anything that would help them. Because they could just host it on their own inside of their own VPC just fine. How they do that, though, I have no idea, and I'd have to figure that out. What am I drinking? It is whiskey and sparkling cider. Because it's a holiday, you know? Let's use the holiday beverage. SST might be my friend. Oh, so Larobi, you're missing the point. No, I'm using Architect. Architect is basically doing the same stuff that SST does. In a second, Swanky. So check out Architect there, Larobi. It's a wrapper around all these things that SST would be used to do as well, but it's way quicker, way easier. So yeah, it's building CloudFormation, whereas SST is basically wrapping Pulumi, which builds Terraform. But at the end of the day, they're the same thing. It just so happens that what I'm doing with Architect is AWS only, whereas Pulumi could be any provider. All right, so Swanky, here's the idea. Let's say you are starting up your own wrapper around OpenAI. OpenAI is going to bill you credits for usage of their API. So you need to charge your customers based upon their consumption, with you adding a bit on top, right? So you need to measure how many tokens they're using, or how many requests they're making, or how many, imagine Levels.io's portrait system, how many photos they've made, right? For a balanced system, you might have them pay $20 and deduct from $20 worth of credits in your system. That is a balance. Or you could look at it the other way. You give them maybe 10 free credits a month, and then anything over 10, you bill them, and then you just invoice later. That would be a quota system. Building out that entire system for your product is time that you're not actually spending building your product. The thing that actually makes it different from any other competitor, or the thing that makes it unique. A quota system is just boilerplate. If I could save you the time of building that boilerplate, managing it, and maintaining the uptime for it, that is a cost add or a benefit add for your business. In the same way that rolling your own auth is not your product, but you need it to make a product. So the same use case I am solving is the same use case Clerk is solving. I don't mean exactly the same. I mean, anytime you waste on auth is time you're not building your product. Anytime you waste on balance or quota management is time you're not building your product. Anytime you're spending visualizing usage inside of a dashboard for your admins is time you're not actually building your product. Does that help, Swanky? I just described them. Look at the billing levels for any other software as a service out there. They most likely have the idea of quotas, of stuff that you get for free versus stuff you got to pay for. So go look at Vercel's billing. Look at the difference between the free tier and the paid tier. Felt like the Spider-Man meme? Sure. I don't know if you could describe that a little better. That would help. But I don't think you're wrong. I just want to make sure I understand you more. That's all. But yeah, so let's start tracking some GitHub project stuff for this real quick. Web mobile ideas with a voting system. What do you mean by that, Larobi? Like, here's a big thing that I think makes that harder. Right? Just consider the Henry Ford quote. If he asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. Yeah, that's the problem though, Larobi, right? People don't know what they want until you have it right there in front of their face. And an idea with a vague like description of how it works doesn't make sense to people until it is overly obvious. So there are plenty of ideas that never would have gotten off the ground because people just inherently just don't see a future to an idea. People are pretty much myopic. They don't look towards the future because if they could, they'd be building the thing. They don't see where a thing can go. And that's why these businesses even exist. If you asked someone, hey, would you like Salesforce? No, I got these spreadsheets. We're good. So yeah, like that kind of voting is actually kind of bullshit. Yeah, you have to build something and prove it and make it obvious to people because otherwise they're not going to understand anyway. So like the voting is less meaningful. And yeah, RJ, like, are you talking about Product Hunt? I feel like Product Hunt is like the closest to that, but it's not at the idea stage. It's at like the MVP stage. And even then, Product Hunt is not a good metric for what would be a successful business. Yeah, people don't know what they want. That's why you have to create it and create a sales team and convince them that it's something they need. So yeah, I don't know. Roby, you can try it. You can build the product, but again, like me, I'm pushing back on it because I can't see beyond the right now anyway. If you have a vision past that, then you should build it because you obviously, you know better than I do. But that's the problem with ideas like any of these things. Like auth as a service. Why would I pay for auth as a service? I can just build the auth myself. Those ideas are still valuable, and they will still get billions of dollars worth of investment eventually, you know, or billions of dollars worth of revenue. Auth0 was a multi-billion-dollar acquisition. It's just OAuth. I can roll my own OAuth. It's so easy. Why would I pay for that? So asking people is tough. And it all boils back to Henry Ford. If he had asked people what they wanted, they would have just said faster horses. So Gorge, that's actually like not a bad question, right? When is an idea something you should give up on? And here's the biggest thing, like some ideas are really good, but they were done at the right time or done by the wrong person. So yeah, just because it's failed before doesn't mean it's actually a bad idea. It just means either the timing was wrong or the way they approached solving it was wrong. But solving that problem might still be valuable. Which is why I don't think it's that big a deal for Y Combinator to invest into Pair and Cursor at the same time. Because at some point, one of them will win, and if they are hedging their bets, they've got money in both. Y Combinator actually funds multiple companies that compete with each other. It's actually fairly common. All right, so yeah, let me get to GitHub. Exactly, Larobi. Like, yeah. Like, even if you like made it to where some of that stuff worked, like how do you make money off it? How do you incentivize people to participate and give their ideas away freely? Like, yeah, right? The world is filled with idea people. Right? People who think an idea has value. Ideas actually don't have value. So here we go. I got a game idea, guys, right? Dragons, right? Like a dragon MMO, but scientifically accurate. Go ahead. Line up. I'm waiting. Investors, let's chat. Some people might not realize like the old meme I'm referencing. Here we go. Dear Internet, I'm a 26-year-old lady who's been developing a science-based 100% dragon MMO for the last 2 years. I'm finally making my beta website now and using my 3D work as a base to create my 50-plus concept images. Wish me luck, Reddit. You'll be the first to see the site when it's finished. Right? 13 years ago. This blessed us with how ridiculous it is. Like, look at how good their concept images are, right? They just need a couple coders to make it real. No big deal. Like, they've already done the hard part of coming up with the idea and showing you some NURBS-based modeling. You guys just got to hammer out the code for it. Duh, easy. Come on. What are you waiting for? This is money in the bank, baby. She. And hell no, they didn't release it. Like, dude, these are not even like real. These are photoshopped onto a fake 3D background. Like, these are not at all in an actual world. Like, this image was copied and pasted in Photoshop. You know, like, hell no. Right? This was modeled in probably, right? Looking at the NURBS, this was probably done in Rhino 3D, right? For these dinosaurs they got. They just copied and pasted the heads. Yeah. Like, dude, the perspective isn't even right. Yeah, obviously GIMP, not Photoshop, because this person couldn't afford Photoshop. But yeah, how you doing there, Mustafa? What you up to? I would say this is less of a scam. And yeah, Jonestown, I love this beanie too. It's just so itchy. The biggest thing is this person was not actually asking for help. But, right? They didn't have a game. They've been working for 2 years and all they have is 50 plus concept images. There's no way in hell this has any future. Yeah, Queen of the Hobo Jungle. Like, yeah, exactly. I'm curious, like, did they give up on Reddit? Have they posted anytime recently? When was the last time they posted? $8 years ago, probably. So yeah, they may have been bullied off of Reddit. But anyway, like, it's a meme over in the game dev subreddit. Hold on. An acquaintance wants to be the ideas guy for an MMO. This is like the actual meme I was talking about. Once upon a time, in a small, bustling town, there lived a man who believed that just having an idea made him a genius. He wandered from place to place, sharing his brilliant concepts with anyone who would listen, convinced that the world needed to hear them. His first stop was a bakery. "I've got the ultimate idea for a new bread," he said to the baker, his eyes wide with excitement. "It's going to be crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Perfect." The baker paused for a moment, wiping flour from his hands. "That sounds nice, but have you ever baked bread before? Do you know how to make it?" The idea guy shook his head. No, but I have the idea. That's what matters." Next, he wandered into the forge where a blacksmith was hammering away on molten metal. "I've got the perfect idea for a ring," the idea guy said proudly. "It'll be just like a diamond ring, but with an emerald, and it'll be made of silver." Blacksmith looked up, intrigued. "All right, that's an interesting idea. Do you have any experience with blacksmithing? Have you ever made any rings before?" The idea guy grinned. "No, but I have the idea, and that's all you need, right?" So then later, he found himself in front of an artist's easel where a painter was working on a colorful canvas. "I've got an idea for the most beautiful painting," the idea guy announced. "It's going to be a gorgeous sunrise with a town in the foreground full of life." The painter looked up, considering the idea. "Sounds beautiful. Have you ever painted before? Got any experience with art?" The idea guy shrugged. "No, but I have the idea, and that's the hard part, right?" Finally, he walked into the office of a game developer who was hunched over a computer typing furiously. I've got the perfect idea for a video game, the idea guy said, brimming with excitement. It'll be like GTA, but set in medieval times with a huge open world. We can have guilds, too, like in World of Warcraft. Game developer's eyes lit up, and he turned to the idea guy with a grin. Sure, I'm excited to work on that with you. Let's split the profits 50-50 since you came up with the idea. It's a bullshit, jokey post. Like, no, this never works. But the idea guy, when getting turned away from all sorts of real things, somehow thinks that their ideas are worth more when it comes to making a game. And they're not, right? I think this joke or story could have been even better if these people made the idea guy realize that his idea sucked. And then they get to the end, and the game dev has no idea. I don't know. Like, the joke could be better. But in general, ideas people have no idea how to build anything. They think the hard part was coming up with the idea. That's actually the easiest part. Coming up with the idea. Executing on that idea and building it is the hard part. And the more you work as a web dev and tell people you're a web dev, the more you're going to hear random people pitch the next big thing to you. Well, it's like Facebook, but you can modify the layout with CSS. Oh, you mean like MySpace? No. Better than MySpace. Come on. No, this is new. This is like better. Uh-huh. When I was a snowboard bum, and I told people I was going to school and learning to be a web dev, dude, I had some of the shadiest business ideas pitched on me. One of my former roommates, who is super shady and total scumbag, ended up robbing the rep that I used to ride for of like, let's say like 20 to 30 snowboards. Like, yeah, dude. Total scumbag. This dude pitched the idea of, well, yeah, let's build out a game, but like everything is like monetized. Honestly, they would have made a great executive at Ubisoft if they had just known. They would have actually made a really good Ubisoft executive. Right? We're going to sell horse armor. Yeah, he could have made a killing if he was just in the right place at the right time. But definitely nothing I wanted to participate or deal with. I had another friend who was like, hey, so what I want to do is like basically like a drop shipping thing, but you make money based off like selling other people on the idea of drop shipping too, so that you get a commission off their drop shipping stuff. Dude was pitching me a fucking pyramid scheme. Like, dude, the worst ideas I've ever had were from snowboarders that have no idea about anything about tech. So yeah, like, I don't know, just really ridiculous. Some of my best friends I've ever had, I met snowboarding, and some of the shadiest people I've ever met, I also met snowboarding. You've worked as a designer and had your stuff stolen? I mean, that's fine, right? Like, you got exploited, but you weren't specifically helping someone exploit a lot of people. That's the thing that like us as devs end up getting. It's not just that our work gets stolen. It's that like it's used to exploit in a massive way. Snowboarding attracts shitty people? No. Right, Rashid, there are shitty people everywhere. Right? Like a large percentage of general people fucking suck. You know? There's no getting around. People? Oh, I've met people. What a bunch of bastards. Oh, hold on. Hey, I feel like we just won the lottery. This one is double wrapped. Double bag it. This one has double the foil. Double the foil, double the fun, everyone. All right, so now here we go. Damn, they double bagged it, man. No, it's not champagne. It's sparkling cider. The champagne of apple juice. I use sparkling cider to celebrate the holidays. We'll be like, I have 2 that we're drinking tonight. I also have 2 that we'll be drinking on New Year's. And technically, I have 4 that I could end up drinking tonight, and then I'll just go buy more for New Year's. This is the we got champagne at home version of champagne. Yes, exactly. That's just science. That's actually not a bad idea. We're taking a photo of this. Hold on, I'm posting that. I'm posting that. That's a good one. That's a good idea. Champagne for the holidays? But we have champagne at home. This is a really good idea. Yeah, good call. That was a good joke. I like that one. I mean, you can say the champagne at home is a good idea, but I actually created it with the GIF, right? With the image of it. If they thought it was such a good idea, they could have done it themselves. Oh, hold on. Let me look at it. Dudes, is there a little bit you could do there, RJ? Like, dude, the level of GIF is insane. Like the noise. Like, dude. So, RJ, could you just send me like the video part of just that same clip? Because I think I can easy GIF it a bit better. No, and I get that. I think there's some stuff I can do. And if I can show you how I would do that with EasyGIF, maybe you get some inspiration in how to like optimize stuff in the future. Maybe I can. I don't know. But I would be more than willing to try. Um what I would say is post the link over here when you get it uploaded. And if you don't want to dox like your OneDrive or whatever, you should be able to upload it to something like Imager. No, don't dox your OneDrive. But yeah, like I might be able to show you some techniques for optimizing a GIF that you might be into. Maybe not. I don't know. God, I really need a haircut. Maybe that's what I do tomorrow as like a Christmas present for stream. I just cut my hair like live on stream tomorrow. That's your present. So that's the thing, Rashid. I can show you here. If RJ just sends us like an Imager link or something to like the raw video file for that like one section. So if you're okay with that, RJ. Because I actually think, yeah, I want to experiment a little bit with it too. All right, uncompressed MP4. So that's the GIF of it right now. Okay. Let me upload it to Imager then, if that's okay. Yeah, they gave me a GIF instead of an MP4, but like I think it's worth showing on stream like how to do this process. So yeah, no stress. Let me just go upload it real quick. All right, so I download the GIF. We then head to Easy GIF. Yeah, I know it's the tool you were using, and that's fine. Yep. I think there's a couple things we can do to maybe like lower the amount of noise that we get in the GIF like optimization process. So yeah, for people that aren't aware, optimizing a GIF is a thing, right? We see this GIF, it's 7 megs. You may have just done like the compression level. Right? So I'm curious, like, what techniques did you use to optimize it? Was it just the compression level? Right? We got it to 4 megs. Did you just increase the compression here to like that? Right? That gets us to 3 megs. So like you optimized the hell out of it, right? But instead, what you can do, right, instead of just the pure optimize, we can go to frames. And oh, no, shit, I fucked up. Hold on, let me go back. So you reduce the number of frames. Okay, that's definitely a big part of it. So optimization method lossy GIF. What you may have done is something like remove every second frame. So bam, right? We remove every second frame and we go from 144. But we end up needing to like speed it up now. Right? So we're already able to reduce it by getting rid of half of the frames. But, right, by removing every half of the frames, yikes. All right, so hold on. Yep, we sped it up too much. So we're still at 4 megs. What we can see is that it's also a 640 by 480, and we probably don't need it that high of a resolution. Oh, and hold on, I'm speeding up when I need to actually like slow it down. So if we turn it back to like, let's say 60%, right? It does like a frame by frame. Well, cool. You can fuck right off, buddy. Here's their previous comments. I've seen you a lot and you have made so many projects. Are you an AI expert? Are you an Unreal Engine pro? You are a loser, and I don't believe you will ever find success. Pot meat kettle. Pot, meat, kettle. Yeah, super weird chatter, right? Dude, we get like the lamest fucking high school kids in here sometimes. It's a lot of projection. Oh, yeah, he's miserable. Yeah. That dude has like just a terrible social life, I bet. We just shouted out everything you said, Nico. I don't know, man. All right, so let's resize it down a bit. I don't think they are. Could be. They've had an account since 2018, though. All right, so there we go. Now if we just do a little bit of the compression level, and we click optimize, bam, we're at 700K. That's maybe not that great. Hold on, we can go back to like, let's say 21. Shit, we can actually just do a little bit. And we're at 0.9, right? So, right, like, there you go, RJ. I think you saw a little bit. The key is like the order in which you do these things. If you like compress first, then you get like the lossiest version of like the frames to work with. When instead you can reduce size maybe first, that's probably the better option. I did them in the wrong order there. Then remove frames and then increase like frame rate. And then after all of that, then you do the optimize. Is it perfect? Hell no. Like, what the hell's going on with his forehead right there? And also, hold on. Yeah, so in whatever we were doing, we ended up getting that weird artifact already, unlike the original. So again, it's not a perfect technique, but, you know, like, it's just showing you, like, a little bit of, like, how I end up optimizing GIFs, and I think we can make this one work. Now, hold on. Let me go back to the start. We're going to start over. No, and I get it, RJ. Like, yeah, like that's part of the process. Like, no matter what, for the optimization, you are throwing away data. It just depends on which data you want to throw away first. And throwing away pixels based upon sizing is probably your first step. Then throwing away pixels based upon frames is probably your next step. And then throwing away like individual pixels based upon optimization is probably your last step. X factors. So it seems that he probably used them a while back for a thing, and then for this one, we're just doing it separate. What I want to do, though, here is I want to do a cut. Let me just go to frames, maybe. Maybe split. No. All I'm trying to do here is like cut off this first part. And yeah, this process, not ideal, right? Like a shorter chunk of just him going 3-ply, I think is what I was going for. So yeah, this part, not ideal. There was like a better like NLE in which you could just like drag a slider for the chunk you wanted. Is it cut? But they don't give us like what frame we want to cut by. So I don't know what frame. That was the thing. Like, yeah, I don't get any like reasonable like way of knowing where I'm cutting it. That's why I was doing it with frames. We just looked at that, you know? So now I got to go through and click these again. Because we just looked at that. Like we already looked at cut. You might have been looking at something else, but we already like did that live right here already, looking at cut not being sufficient. So this is part of why I push back on backseating too. Because all that effort I put into unclicking these frames, I now got to redo because you just simply missed the part where I already looked at the thing not being sufficient. It's fine. I'm just letting you know, RJ, like that is one of like the best examples of why backseating is problematic. Because you were simply doing something else. That's not your fault. But did you even look at cut? I don't know, man. Like I'm not sure. I know, Ayush. It happens all the time. It's a pretty common theme. Okay, so you did, but I don't know. I had already looked at it and pointed out that it wasn't sufficient. Like I did that part. And you just simply missed when I talked about that. Which is like the nature of backseating. Which is why I tend to push back on it like I do. So again, don't feel bad. I just thought it was a good example of like what the problem with backseating is. I'm not trying to point any blame. I just thought it was like a really good example of the problem with backseating. So yeah, this is kind of what I was looking for. So yeah, as far as a process for optimizing GIFs, your first step is probably trimming it to the frames that you care about. So now that we got that as our thing, we've already trimmed it to 4 megs without even changing the quality at all. We get just the frames we care about. And then from here, we could resize. I think resize is probably the move. That gets us to 2 meg already. And then from here, we could say, well, yeah, maybe resize. Lossy GIF style. Let's try and optimize it. I think 30 might even be too much still, but it gets us down to 588. And it's pretty good. Like if we crank this down to like 5, I bet we're under a meg still. Right? So as far as like that process for optimizing GIFs, did that help there, RJ? Like just seeing my process a bit? Like that's pretty good. So the first step is trimming it the way you want. Maybe using cut if you want to use it, but I think the frames made it even like better because it's like exact. And then from there, we resize it. And then from there, I could have even removed frames. But I think the optimize gets us to where we need anyway. So yeah, right? I think because this process on EasyGIF is lossy from step to step, right? Like once you click into the next step, you're working from the one that you've already modified, not the original that you had. And because of that, it's really easy to introduce a step in the wrong order that makes it to where like you're optimizing from a worse version. So I don't know. For everyone else out there, optimizing GIFs is a technique. You're not going to be perfect at it your first try, and I'm still not perfect at it. But we were able to take 7 megabytes and turn it into 700K in exactly like what I was looking for. Like if you could see the version that he uploaded, like the first one, like the noise is crazy. And again, I hope it's okay to show this. But like the noise of it is really interesting to me, actually. Let me see if I can find it. How can I show this? Okay, cool. So there you go, right? Like just the noisiness of these things. Right? So yeah, that's because he did the optimize at too early of a step. That's all. Like no big deal. Right? He did optimize trying to get file size down quicker, and then he probably did like frame removal or something, you know? So yeah, the order of operations trying to be as less lossy as possible. That's how you edit the GIFs on EasyGIF, at least. There's other ways to do it too, but EasyGIF is what I tend to recommend. And yeah, I just wanted to showcase like how it works. All right, so let me upload that to StreamParrot real quick. Optimizing GIFs is an art form. There is art in the GIF you provided too. This is just closer to what I was actually looking for. So thank you. Oh, hold on. All right, so here we go. Here's the test. Nailed it. We got there, team. We got there, team. All right, so. 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 how's everyone's holiday going? You having a good one? We need to get back to working on what we're working on. And yeah, I wanted to make sure I actually made a note over in GitHub real quick. Dynamo admin, we don't care about. Actually, we leave that showing. This we close, that we close, that we close. We got the app there, and yeah, so Mantine dev for that. Let's just get back to the pin input. And let's just go to my GitHub. So I do want to start tracking some tasks, especially ones that are not related to exactly what we're doing right now. Colton, better than your holidays could be? Okay. It's not a fun way to talk about the holidays. Like, could be worse. Like, oh my God. Ugh, that's not good. Hold on. I was making a reference there and I forgot. Oh, Slam and Salmon. Oh, you're so bad. I could be worse. Like, there's a character there who's, like, super creepy on that movie. I could be worse. Like, dude, it's so gross. But I like that movie. If you haven't seen the Slam and Salmon, it's by the Super Trooper guys. It's fun. It's a good film. Oh, I got you, Colton. I guess I forgot that part. This is the first Christmas without it. That makes sense. It could be way worse, for sure. God, this itchy beanie. Yeah, I like the hat. I don't love the hat because it's just so itchy. The problem is that I just don't wear it enough. When you wear a beanie enough times, like even a brand new, like nice knit beanie, still runs into the same problem of being like really itchy at the start. You gotta like smooth it out and get your like face oils and hair oils into it to where it's like doesn't bother you anymore. This thing has basically 0 hair oils in it or face oils. All right, so here's a song I really want to hear. It sucks it's only like it's the only good song on this album, but it's off of a Christmas album, so we'll give it a shot, but we'll listen to this one on its own first. It's a little too tall. Pre-oiled beanies. You'll take 50% for the idea. I get it. I mean, honestly, used CM Griffin beanies will be a hot commodity here at some point. I don't have my good yellow one or blue one nearby, but they're gross on the inside. They're really gross on the inside. And it doesn't wash out. But I could charge a premium for pre-worn CM Griffin beanies eventually, right? Somehow it's almost grosser than bathwater. Gokton. It is almost like it's a real Christmas tree because it's so itchy. The joke we made earlier was, oh yeah, the itchiness is actually the cat that's in the tree scratching at my head. Yes, exactly, 2-bit, right? We just need to get to a unicorn valuation for Waltr, and then I can sell the beanies for massive amounts, right? We'll call them NFT beanies, right? When you buy the beanie, you also get an NFT representing it. So you get the physical version and the NFT version. It'll be my Hawk 2.0 moment. Right? Scam people with the NFTs and then make out like a bandit, disappear from social media. I don't think so there, 2-Bit. None of this stuff is legally binding. I don't know, man. Now, anyone got any fun plans for the night? Here's the question. Do y'all do like your fancy dinner for Christmas on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day? I feel like most people do Christmas Day for like their fancy dinner, right? Like presents in the morning, fancy dinner at night kind of thing. But I've heard of some people doing like the fancy dinner on Christmas Eve. For hosting, you do Christmas Eve. Interesting. Okay. So you end up doing twice if you're hosting people. Oh. That sounds terrible. That sounds like a punishment. Fun plans, but last year you actually trapped Santa. Oof. Yeah, so you're definitely getting coal this year. All right, so we're going to listen to a Christmas album. Christmas synthwave album. Time to eat potato. Ooh, potatoes are delicious. Okay, I'm skipping this song. Okay, so last year was coming up with the plan. This year is enacting the plan. The plan required that you were good so that you could actually trap it. Touche. I get it. Yeah, now I'm remembering why I hated this album. Okay, I'm into this one. Do I really not have a single project for Waltr at the moment? Oh. Hmm. Okay, I actually like this song. This one's good. Yeah, I think we just do Kanban. All right, so dashboard. All right, so we have at least a task that I definitely want to get done that we're not planning on doing today that will easily get forgotten. And that is swap the custom OTP input that we have for the Mantine pin input. We did solve a bug that I cared about, but I have to go pee. And yeah, like we're not going to do that part now. We have other stuff we need to do for the application. All right, so let me go pee, BRB. And yeah, I'm enjoying the holiday. Hope you guys are too. All right, throwing the rest of the cider into the fridge because, yeah, we're going to keep drinking on cider. Okay. So yeah, this input that we have, we can make it better, but we're not going to deal with it right now, and we should get relogged in. Oh, this beanie's so itchy. All right, you know what? Nope. Here's your Christmas present early. Free beanieless Chris. This is 150,000 channel points right here for you. I'm thinking tomorrow the present is actually I shave my head, and not like shave, but like clippers at like an inch. But look at how bald this dude is. Oh my god, he's balding so bad. And it's getting really thin like back in there too. Ugh. Oh, but man, that beanie's just so itchy. Oh. So yeah, let me get the hair moving a bit. Yeah, tomorrow. That's my present to y'all. I'm going to cut my hair live on stream. See, here's the thing. If I wasn't balding so bad, I'd have hair that could act as the buffer for this beanie, but it's just not there anymore, man. It's just not there anymore. But yeah, balding on both sides of the family, there's no avoiding it. I'm okay with it. It's fine. I have come to accept it. Oh, yeah. Like, I have. I wear beanies because I don't want to deal with, like, the weird-ass hair I get. You know, like, if I wake up in the morning, I get cowlicks, like, really bad. You know? Oy. Now, here's the big thing, right? People are like, why don't you just shave it? Because actually shaving your head is as much effort as maintaining hair. I cut my hair once a year, basically, once every 10 months. That's how we get to it being this long, you know? That's how this happens, because I only cut it once a year. To care that much more about it? Ugh, no thank you. Man bun? That also sounds like effort. Nah, I'm good. Ooh, hold up. I ended up just seeing something that I think is worth looking at. Let me look at it with y'all. Oh, wait, did I forget to actually paste it? I did. Yeah, so this is from a Seattle area VC investor slash person. Had a founding team ask for what not to do, and they sent them this off the top of their head. So in short, don't hire B talent or warm bodies, A+ talent only. The first 10 hires make or break the company. This is probably the single most important thing. Don't drink too much. Ah, shit. Blow off steam once in a while, but watch out for the daily unwind drinking. No. Don't be sedentary. Exercise, walk every day, make it non-negotiable, book a recurring daily meeting for yourself with the time for 45 minutes to work out, travel, shower, blah, blah, blah. Nothing is so important it can't wait an hour or two. Sleep 8 hours a night. That's a really smart one. Stop watching TV or doing email in bed. Yeah, that's actually one of the biggest things, and I mess that up all the time. If you exercise and don't drink, you'll be able to fall asleep at 9, wake up at 5, and start cranking. It's also the secret to being able to exercise daily. There is something to that. If you wake up at 5 a.m., you can go exercise because nothing you want to do is actually happening before 7 anyway. Like, nothing worth doing happens before 7 a.m. Don't use work as an escape from home. Don't become a martyr who tells their partner, look how important I am to this startup. Don't you understand? No, your family and friends love you because you're you, not because of your startup success or failure. They'll be there long after the startup, so treat them well and put them first when you can. That's a cool one. Don't do a bunch of things mediocrely. Mediocrely? Not sure how to pronounce that. Hoping they'll add up to greatness. They won't. Experiment, fail fast, and double down on one or two things that work. Kill things that seem nice, feel like what a real company would do. That's huge. Yeah, I've heard from a bunch of like startup stories in general. Right? Don't do things just because big company does it. Right? Part of why you can succeed as a startup is because you're not big company. But also, like, don't do a bunch of things half-assed, right? Find the things that you're really good at, that you enjoy doing, and hire people to do the other things. That's the entire point. There's like an example I really, really want to cite for work that I can't. But if I make it generalized enough, wearing more than one hat means that you're not wearing one hat as well as you can. And no, this is not a beanie joke. All right, so don't do multi-month dev projects. Don't build in the dark and hope a commercial launch will magically make you a unicorn. Ship. This is my problem. I technically think what I'm building right now is worth being a multi-month dev project. Because the scope of it and the value of it matters. The problem I'm solving needs to be done the right way. If I had launched with what I had a year ago, 2 years ago, it would just be another failed project. Because I don't think it was actually solving the problem. The pivot that we're in the middle of right now is because I've actually chatted and talked with people about what would actually solve their problems and what I need to do with it. And in doing so, I realized things that I would need for projects that I want to launch as well. So don't go broad early. Chunk up your rollout. Less customers with more activity and learning is better. Repeat and expand incrementally. How can I apply that to what we're doing here? I think my main idea for this one is that I need to get some game devs onboarded ASAP, because they are actually like, they might not be my most lucrative market, but they will be my most passionate and probably like the most applicable market. Like, game devs are not web devs in general. For them to build out the systems for managing, quotas, etc., that's not their bread and butter. They're not going to do that well. Instead, the most benefit I can offer customers is going to be realized by game devs, I think. However, the most profitable sector of my target market is going to be other software as a service, right? Other B2B projects. So don't wait to make hard decisions or deliver bad news. Cut once and cut deep. Don't do stuff someone else could do better, right? So don't hold on to control and, except for like vision and hiring. And if you need to control too much, it means your hiring bar was too low. And don't expect a single deal, hire, or investor to save the day. Hope is not a strategy. This is a really, really nice post. And he made it 2 years ago. I don't care. I'm retweeting it right now. This is good shit. Do I have an estimated timeline in mind? My main goal is to have something I can dog food by the end of January. There are certain things I'm going to end up doing here on stream that will somewhat conflict with that timeline, and that'll be tricky. Like, I have some like sponsored content I want to do. for a friend's company. Spoiler alert, Acorn has done work for this company. I helped connect them. At this point, like, we'll see if they still want me to do it. Maybe Acorn just nailed it and they don't need me to make something. I think still, like, there's a big difference in how Acorn and I approach things and how I kind of, like, work through sponsored content in a way that maybe they didn't focus on enough. I still think they probably got a lot of value off of Acorn, showing it and showcasing it and blah, blah, blah. But Acorn is using it for a project that they already have going. And my idea is to actually spin up a brand new project and try and get it launched only using the tool that the company makes. So I think there's a niche there that Acorn isn't even trying to solve, and that's fine. Like, we have different focuses. I think for the sponsored content I want to do, it'll actually be really fun. And I don't want to spoil that project. But basically, there is an AI tool / company for software dev stuff. No, it's not it's an AI tool. Like, think basically like Devin, but without the bullshit, or with at least less bullshit. That's like the main thing. And it's for someone that was previously my boss, who I really liked. They were awesome. Like, they weren't my immediate boss. They were like the boss of my boss. But they were like part of the hiring process. They're a really cool person. If I make it back out to their area for SquiggleConf next year, I will absolutely hit them up. Just to hang out and chill, you know? And actually, I should make sure I let them know that they should apply to speak at SquiggleConf, just in case. And if they want someone to apply and speak on their behalf, I could do that too. I think that's actually something I could benefit a lot of companies with. I'm into basically everything. I'll happily give a talk on a company or project's behalf. Happily. Like, I don't know if you guys remember Porfor. New Duck, one of our longtime regulars, really cool kid. Man, he does make me a little jealous. Like, dude, he's like 19. And he's like brilliant. Making really, really like influential, cool tools, man. When I was his age, I was a snowboard bum. So, like, dude, like, I don't even know, man. Like, he's got a crazy future ahead of him. It's really cool. Do I have a special beanie? Nah, I picked the beanie that's going to match the outfit that I picked that day. I like the blue one, the red one, and the yellow one. Like, in general. But yeah, as an example. Oh, okay, so hold on. Here you go. Check out that tweet. Yeah, I would happily give a talk on New Duck's behalf for something like Render ATL or whatever. Like, if he proposes a talk but he can't make it, I will fill in and I will make sure that we work together to build out the slides and all that stuff. And I'll do that just because I like what he's doing, you know, and I think the project's amazing and I'm a huge fan. But I could also probably charge companies for that on like a contract basis. Like, I like giving talks. If you guys get accepted for a talk, but you don't actually want to give it yourself, you know, I could sub in. I could sub in. That's fine. That's no big deal. Yeah, exactly, devils. So if you have something you want to give a talk about and you get it accepted, but you don't actually want to do it, and they cover hotel and flight, just let me know. I'm in. I'm in. Yeah, I think that's actually not a bad idea. Like just conference speaker for hire, right? Like hired gun style. Presenter as a service, and it's just an agency. Yeah. Oh, damn. All right, 2-bit. I might actually owe you a percentage of that idea because that's kind of genius. Like, dude, that's kind of genius, right? Like, hey, do you want to give a talk, but you don't have anyone good at it? We can bring you in and discuss and help craft our slides, and we got like a clear like contract of like, here's the start and finish, when's your talk, and blah blah blah. Damn, that could be good. That's really really good. Like, now hold on. This is the greatest honor an idea can have. It goes in the Trello board. Yeah, presenter agency. We'll call it pagency. Boom, nailed it, right? I don't know for sure. Right? Presentations as a service. Oh, dat nerd, Mr. Sir. I ended up eating Indian food yesterday, so we're good today. Based upon your raid the other day, you might be curious, what is the beanie I'm wearing for the holidays? This is that beanie, man. So yeah, this hoodie, this beanie, together, I am a Christmas tree. But yeah, what were you up to today? Working on your same thing? Merry Christmas Eve. Yes, exactly. I don't have one that lights up. Obviously, that's something we got to make for next year, right? That's really not a bad idea. We can make it kinetic energy based, and I just charge it by bobbing my head. You're being summoned upstairs to lose at board games with family. Do not play Monopoly at Christmas time. It's a little too apropos. The commercial nature of Monopoly will actually make the commercial nature of Christmas feel really gross. Yeah. Monopoly is verboten. Yeah, for sure. I get it. I get it. Ooh, damn, oh, dat nerd. Yeah. I agree with it. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, man, could be worse. Could be Candyland. Hold up. So, oh, dat nerd. That image right there, you must depart. I get that. But hold on. Is that meatwad or is that like your brain? Okay, same thing. It's a brain. It's also meatwad.
Oh man,
Shit. I haven't seen Aqua Teen Hunger Force for ages. So I'm gonna fuck up the voice.
so, oh man.
It's something like that. Now, hold on. I gotta hear it now. 1 second.
I'm Commander Meat. This is a violation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm Commander Meat. It's a violation.
No, yeah, I'm still messing up the voice. All right. Ah, that's a shame. I know I've done better. I feel bad about that now.
Oh man.
Feel like that's close, but yeah, no worries. Whatever. So yeah, here's the thing. Chunk of hamburger or brain? Same thing. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two things. Plot twist, they're the same thing. All right, let's switch to some funk. How about that? CMG beanie. Oh shit, hold on. Surly, I see you out there. I actually really like the fact that you're keeping the beanie in sync with the beanie I wear like day to day. That's actually really nice. Surly, nailing it, dude. Oh, this one right here too. Merry Christmas, you all. I hope you all are enjoying the Christmas spirit. Over ice or neat, whatever your preference. Hell yeah, Surly. This is the best parody account we got so far. No offense, Four Wheel. Yours is good too. This one kills it. No offense, Four Wheel. This one's really good. I was actually just double checking that you made it because I was late with the announcement. So I'm glad you made it in the stream. I think we saw Space Case say hi earlier too. I see a couple other lurkers. Sorry to shout you out, but happy holidays. James and G-Bone, Mr. Sirs. Tink. Twitch's notifications are actually doing well. Awesome. I'm glad they fixed that system. That's nice. I just saw another person's name. I apologize for calling out a lurker. Fucking love your name, though. It's Ennui. With two N's. Right? Ennui. It's actually meant to be. Oh man, I know I'm gonna spell this wrong. It's like. Ennui? Shit. I don't remember the right way to spell this. It's Ennui. Yes, there you go, Ennui. Yeah. See, you got it. I love like the phonetic spelling you have for your name. I'm sorry to call out you like lurking. It is, yes, Ennui, right? Yeah, Ennui. It's just, dude, that was such a good name. I saw it and my brain was like, yes, I love a good phonetic spelling that's totally wrong, but if you know the word, you know what they mean. Well done on that name. I really like that. Yeah, that is a really, really nice username there. So yeah, sorry to call you out. I saw it in the list. And I am easily distractible at this point. But yeah, let's get back to our main thing. Yeah, Nuri's on we. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. And yeah, Merry Christmas. And damn, you've been following for a bit too. Yeah, you just lurk a lot. Hold on, I gotta look. When was the last time you actually chatted? Damn, you were talking about Big Sky and like snowboarding and shit? 2022 though. So yeah, it's been a while, man. I appreciate the lurk. I'm sorry for calling you out. Like, you know, that's actually like bad etiquette on my part as a streamer. You shouldn't call out your lurkers because they just want to lurk. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so you used to live at Big Sky. Yeah, I didn't quite catch that context as I was scrolling, but yeah, I've been looking at, man, it'd be really fun to move to Whitefish. But it's really not cheap over there. Like, I'd be spending basically the same amount on rent. Which is kind of a bummer. Yeah, Whitefish, Montana, for sure. Like, I have heavily looked at Whitefish and a couple other, like, ski resort type areas that are theoretically cheaper. They're not much cheaper. Like, I could just move to Leavenworth. Pay like $1,000 less in rent per month. I'd still be riding my same old home mountain and everything, so that'd be nice. But I'd still be like 40 minutes away from the mountain. But Leavenworth has good internet. Leavenworth has, you know, like a grocery store. Like, there's a bunch of stuff. Like, I can drive to a Costco that's in Wenatchee that's like just a half hour away. Leavenworth is not a bad idea. Like, I am heavily considering Leavenworth. The only thing that would change is if I want to golf with Bedtime Bear, I'm going to have to, like, leave the house 4 hours early. Which is about the same problem I'd have if I live in Bremerton, but living in Bremerton, there's no snowboarding in Bremerton. Come on. Right? To get to Seattle JS, basically the same problem. Biggest thing is if I lived in Bremerton or Leavenworth, when I go to Seattle JS, I'll be sleeping in my car that night. Which is not ideal. But I've done it before. It's not a problem, you know? Oh, hell no. Why pay for a hotel room when I can just sleep in my car? Dude, sleeping in your car is actually not a bad deal. Only problem I have with my car is it's a sedan. If I just upgrade to a wagon, we're good, man. We're totally good. I don't mind sleeping in a car. I've slept in a van for entire summers. I want to say a good 4 of the 10 summers I lived at Mount Hood, I lived in a van. I'm down. I don't give a shit. I don't care about decorum or none of that shit. No, I get that. Poor Will. I get it. Yeah, I'm small. I'm short. Sleeping in a car is not a big deal. Only problem I have is waking up with cold feet. Yeah, no, it's really bad. The nice part is, you wake up at Stevens Pass. If you wake up around I want to say 8:30, you can just go into the lodge and warm your feet by the fire. It's not a big deal. Then you're setting up. You can eat a good $15 to $20 breakfast croissant. Still worth it though. Just to be up there for opening, All right, so yeah, we got quotas, we got balances. It turns out we don't have any balances. No, I have a good sleeping bag. The problem is there's 0 insulation in the trunk of my car. So I actually need to just pay for and update the insulation for my trunk in my car and I'd be good to go. But really, I could just get a wagon and improve that situation too. These are easy problems to solve, right? I'm not worried about it. Yeah. I drive a Subaru sedan right now. I will switch to a wagon eventually, but dude, I got this sedan with 114,000 miles on it. I'm only at 170 now, so this car will last me easily another 80K. It's kind of insane. So yeah, I don't want to get a new car until this one's done. Come on, why would I do that? I'm not stupid. Now, if I end up making a shitload of money, I will be getting myself, ooh, and these are the best. I will end up getting an AMC Eagle wagon. This is my dream car. This is 100% my dream car. Not lowered like this fucking piece of shit. I would have it raised with some fucking swampers on it. This is my dream car. Dude, they're really cool. They're badass. But you have to have a lot of money because it's basically a Jeep, and Jeep from like the 80s, they break down all the fucking time. How hard would it be to find? There is most likely a bunch of them out there that we could grab a shell of and then improve. There are also more expensive ones that you can get probably in like the 20 to 30 grand range. My main point being, if I'm at a stage where I could consider buying this car, 40 grand for it is not a problem, like at all. Right? Like 40 grand is what you would spend on like a new car right now anyway. I wouldn't mind one of these 80s wagons, you know, built out, really nice, improving it a bit, and then I just got like my favorite car. Yeah, like 40 grand is what you get for like a base model from like all the big manufacturers. Like, dude, you're not even getting a good fucking Tesla for 40 grand, and I wouldn't buy that because of fucking Elon. So, yeah, I'm just waiting for what's like the other good brand right now? Is it Hyundai? I think Hyundai has like a good electric. I think it's Hyundai. I could be wrong. I would happily get an electric vehicle. I would also want another one too. What's up, Dedicated? How you doing? Now, I would get an electric for my daily driver, and I would get a backup like gasoline vehicle for fun. And like as a backup. So then, yeah, it's the AMC Eagle wagon as my backup, and then some bullshit electric vehicle that I can replace and not give a shit about. That sounds amazing. Oh, that sounds great. For drifting. Sure. What you call drifting is what I call momentarily losing control while driving down the freeway too fast in snow. Tomato, tomato. The charger situation, that I don't know. I have no idea. Which is why I probably wouldn't get one before I have a bunch of money, you know? But I don't have a bunch of money, so it's not a problem I really need to concern myself with until that happens. So I think we're good. Oh, it really is, but also really terrifying when you don't mean to do it. Like, I've been driving over Stevens Pass in a turbo, like, you know, Loyal wagon, right? Like the 80s wagon. And I drifted a corner I didn't mean to because I was going too fast. You just let off the gas and, like, the all-wheel drive saves you. But, like, it can get sketchy. It can get real sketchy. A little bit. I might have peed a little. It's fine. All right, hold on. So yeah, this song, Blowing It. Nope. I don't know what it is. I don't like listening. Like, so I like Wolfpack. I don't like it when Theo Katzman starts singing. His voice is not pleasant to me. he might be upset with me saying that, but I'm guaranteeing that he's not, or I'm not the first person he's heard say that. Here we go. So we're going to listen to some more Wolfpack because it's a holiday and we're chilling. I'm dealing with this beanie making my forehead itch too much. Tomorrow I'm going to be dealing with the scaling, right? Like my skin trying to heal from this itchiness where I've been scratching it and it'll be like really dry and have like a thickness on it and it won't even feel like my own forehead anymore. 5 head. I know. Sorry. Bad term. Yeah, it's a 5 head at this point. Maybe even a 6 head. But you know what I mean. Right? It's free real estate. Right? That's free real estate right there. I could throw some solar panels on it and charge Tesla, you know? But yeah, how you doing, Roncito? Ah, it's a good concert. So yeah, we're gonna ignore what we're doing with this thing. Let's get back to, yeah, we got logged in. We're on the balances page and we don't have any made. That feels like a bug to me. God, my hair is just way too long. Yeah, my Christmas present to all y'all is I'm gonna cut my overgrown Friar Tuck haircut here. Tomorrow live here on stream. I don't know what time of day, but we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. Oh, dedicated. So yeah, over here. So you mean like this one, right? Like page props? We have a couple extensions that do that, depending on the language and thing that you're talking about. So HTML biscuits is the big one. And if we go look at my JSX here, HTML biscuits is the one doing the save icon annotations. The spicy annotations are JSTS biscuits. So yeah, this one right here. Maybe. There we go. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I don't know if you know this. They're dedicated. I made that. We built HTML biscuits live here on stream. The other biscuits available to you, such as JSTS, CSS, and assorted biscuits, we also built live here on stream. What up, armpit sniffer? Yeah, sounds about right. I'm surprised. That actually wasn't so bad. I did shower yesterday. But yeah, assorted biscuits is also especially nice if you're doing like Rust or other languages. I mean, a quick check is worth it. Like, I'm doing well. This hoodie has been worn a few times, so it's actually not as good as it could be. But it's not bad. Like, come on. It's not like we're at Comic-Con levels, you know? Yeah, Dedicated got that joke. Nailed it. And then real quick, just in case, Dedicated, if you plan on switching to NeoVim, yeah, we also have NeoVim biscuits. You're welcome. Also, something we made here on stream. Well, there you go, Dedicated. Yeah, I made a NeoVim extension inside of VS Code. Or technically, like, I used VS Code to make a NeoVim extension. There you go. You're welcome. I'm like the opposite of, what is it, like Tim Pope or whatever, where he uses NeoVim to maintain some VS Code extensions. We are the yin and yang of using another editor besides the one we're like targeting with our dev tool. But yeah, real quick, what are we making, Armpit Sniffer? Go ahead and check out that link that Devil's Eye just did. Yeah, I mean, this is Go code, right? In Go, they use tabs. Right? This is just straight up like Go problems. Go does all sorts of weird stuff with indentation. They try and line up colons. You shouldn't try and line up colons. Leave that to the bad guy from the Human Centipede. No, I get it, Dedicated. Here's the joke, right? Right? You might wonder, hey, should I try and line up these colons? Right? Like Go tries to do? The answer is no. Right? Leave that to the scientist from the Human Centipede. This is not something you should ever worry about. Lining up colons is only something a villain does. And that is YouTube short worthy. For sure. I just need to record it right. Immediately demonized as well as demonetized. Yeah, you're not wrong. I feel like it's okay. Well, obviously they didn't like you after that there, Four Wheel. Yeah, nobody who is a part of the Human Centipede likes the Doctor. That's just science. FBI? Right there. Yeah. Yeah. We leave tonight. That's their name. Yep. Yeah. Right there. If only there was a tool to automatically align colons. Okay. Fucking Dr. Moreau. Whatever you say. whatever the doctor's name is from the Human Centipede. Yeah, FBI? Yeah, right there. I see him. Yeah, I see him right now. Yes, I was kidding too. Midnight noon. I don't have a direct line to the FBI. They're not coming for you. Don't worry about it. You're safe-ish. Oh, that narrows it down. Now I'm really curious who you mean. If you say Carrot Top, we got a problem. Conan! I look like Conan? I've never heard a single human being ever say that before. I'm not tall enough, at the bare minimum. All right, hold on. Let me grab another one of these sodas. Yeah. He was, like, what is, like, a food people eat at family dinner? I don't know, right? Well, no one eats family dinner on Christmas Eve anyway, right? Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go get more cider. Whatever. Ooh, I look like Conan from the Beck. That's some Rule 34 shit right there. I didn't think there was any Rule 34 stuff about me, but now you're making me wonder. Now I'm actually really curious, but also not. Because I don't want to ruin my night by discovering that stuff exists. Right. Yeah, touche. Yeah, the mustache probably, like, encourages the Rule 34 stuff. I get it. Nah, that's a good call. Reason number one why I'm probably going to shave it here in a week or two. I upgraded my lens, which is probably what you're understanding about it. I did move into this apartment. It must have been 2022. It was like early 2022. But, like, since the last time you were here, I was probably at this place still. But I did upgrade my lens. So this lens is, like, way higher quality than the lens that you saw before it. Yeah, it must have been, like, April 2022 is when I moved into this place. I feel like you've been here before then, though. Or, like, after that point. Like, yeah, you've totally chatted here in 2023. I mean, I had the guitar in the background every time. It was actually like a meme. So when I moved to this place, I went to like TwitchCon like that year. And Glasses from Alt F4 stream was like, you did that on purpose, right? To make your stream like seem like the same thing, basically. Like, I didn't actually do it on purpose. I just only have so much shit I can put in the background anyway. So it ends up looking the same no matter what. I didn't like technically do it on purpose, but also like, what else was I gonna put behind me? I don't know, man. So you missed it. I played guitar earlier today. You just need to actually watch stream long enough to get the 100,000 channel points to force me to play the guitar. That's all it takes. I'll do it right now if someone spends the channel points for it. I got enough whiskey in me that it probably wouldn't be that good, but I could do it. If you go check the YouTube stream and look at like the first half hour to an hour, you'll find me playing guitar. I played one song, you know. But realistically, you just got to hang out long enough and then spend the points to make me play guitar. God. The itchy 5 head from this beanie, man. Like, oh, it's bad. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, that's just, yeah, that's real high quality, isn't it? Beautiful. Look at that comb over. Classy. Look at that comb over. Classy. Jesus. Like, dude, it's bad. Yes, I'm balding. I also just don't care enough to, like, maintain my hair day to day. Exactly. Yeah, totally. Yep. I will say, like, armpit sniffer, are those comments that you would want to have someone make, about you? I'm going to bet the answer is no. So treat me how you would want to be treated, right? Golden rule. When someone's talking shit on themselves, they're not looking for people to pile on. Okay? Yeah, dedicated. I'm gonna deny it. Like, again, I can have a bit of a sense of humor about myself, but I'm not looking to have my chat be a bunch of dicks, okay? Right. But here's the big thing. Currently, with how we have this set up, we got this list. And yeah, we could we could do a thing for balances, but really it's like a Boolean. Oh. All right, so that list only shows up when we got that. If we don't have a length, no balance is found. I don't know about that whole part. I think I'll just get rid of it for now. No balance is found. Yeah. Oh, we got some padding. What up, Khalid from Sierra Leone? ACM, you like the Dope Lemon better. I get it. Like, we're just listening to some funk, right? Your negativity is very much not funk, all right? Most of society would be better off if they were more funk. Right? Just let yourself be a little funky. Being overly judgmental is just not funk. Crafty Sheep. Yeah, it was fine for a bit, but I did allow some people more leeway than I normally would. And some people are now, right, give an inch, take a mile style. It's why I tend to push back at the first comment. Because one person becoming negative makes other people think that being negative is okay. So, yeah, that's on me. I'm trying to keep the vibes chill and nice. But, yeah, there's just some people, like, give an inch, take a mile. And, yeah, it's kind of a problem. Is what it is. I got to walk that fine line of yeeting the people that suck and recognizing when some people just had a bad moment. It's tough. Favorite Christmas song? Yeah, I don't have one. If I'm going to be totally honest, I don't like any Christmas songs. And I actually kind of dislike what Christmas has become. Right? Like a beacon to commercialism. It should actually just be a moment to get together with your family. Like Thanksgiving, you know? The overall commercialism of Christmas is actually something that I really, really dislike. It's a glorified Black Friday at this point. Meanwhile, the way we're actually experiencing it right now here together is actually what it's meant for. We get to just hang out and do some stuff and work on some software and, like, yeah, some bullshit, you know? Aren't all holidays that, basically? Yes. The way holidays have been commercialized is actually directly related to the economic benefit they have, which is why here in the US you'll recognize that we have one basically once a month. It's a way to stimulate the economy in a way that we only tended to do so during, like, major periods, like once a summer, once a spring, once a fall. Now we have one every fucking month. They're all massively commercialized. So much so that the lady who campaigned and petitioned for the idea of Mother's Day ended up campaigning and petitioning for it to be abolished because Hallmark made it into something that it shouldn't be. A major portion of the holidays that we have as bullshit these days is actually Hallmark. They are to blame. Hallmark made Valentine's Day a thing. Hallmark made Mother's and Father's Day a thing. I bet the massive publicity for birthdays was a Hallmark thing. It's actually crazy to recognize that Hallmark had a vested interest in manufacturing holidays that you would have a reason to buy their fucking bullshit cards. You know? So yeah, keep in mind, the bastardization of most holidays, we kind of have Hallmark to blame. And it's actually like really fucking poetic that Hallmark is fucking dying, because who the fuck buys a card anymore? You can just send someone a text and be done. So it's actually like really appropriate that Hallmark dies the death that they deserve, because they hoisted all of these bullshit holidays on us. And also the bullshit movies they've funded with their terrible, terrible TV channel. Right? The fact that like Hallmark movie has become a meme. It's always got a dude and a lady on the cover, and the plot line is recycled at best. Yeah, dude, Hallmark needs to die. Basically, just saying. Food industry and airlines. Ooh, you're not wrong, ACM. Yeah, airlines massively benefit from Thanksgiving and the holidays in general. Yeah, for sure. You're not wrong. I just simply want to point out, like, think about Valentine's Day. Think about Mother's Day, Father's Day. Hallmark made all that shit happen. Did Hallmark invent the holiday? That's the hallmark of a bad holiday. Boom, roasted. And yeah, how you doing? Definitely not Chad. I'm not a, like, Die Hard is great. It's not my favorite Christmas or holiday movie. My favorite holiday / Christmas movie is actually Trading Places. When I think of Christmas, when I think of New Year's, Trading Places is that film. And oh, I prefer it. I really do. But yeah, how you doing, Bad Cop? I think I saw Bad Cop say hi, right? Maybe I missed it. Did I miss it? Yeah, nice hat. Yeah, I mean, it's the holidays. Why else would I wear this hat? Lord of mercy. Some people will recognize that as an adopted half-baked quote. Of course I be from Jamaica. Why else would I wear this hat? What part of Jamaica? Right near the beach, boy! All right, so yeah, let's get some other music going, okay? This is a holiday song, right? pretty sure this is a holiday song. All right, so I think that's good for the lack of balances. I have played the harmonica. I'm really bad at it. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Having to hear me play harmonica, that'd be almost as bad as having to hear me sing. The discerning viewer would actually recognize that I'm probably about to play a song in which I sing. So ACM, I loaded it up. I don't know if I'm going to listen to it or anything. But you know what? Hold on. This is Christmas. If y'all want to hear me sing, I got a song. I would really, really request that you be nice about it. Like, I'm not looking to get roasted. If you don't like it, you can simply say, I don't like it. I'm not looking to hear anything harsher than that. You can simply say you don't like it, and that's fine. No, it's pre-recorded. I'm not going to sing live. Hell no. Come on, man. Do you think I could sing well with all the whiskey I got in me right now? Hell no. But I do have a pre-recording. It's a song about a previous girlfriend. So, you know, that's how you know it's bad. Let me see if I can actually find it. I always lose it. No. Here's the crazy part. I can never find it when I need it, so I now just need to, like, Google it. Not Google, but, like, search my entire computer for it. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's super loud. Sorry, my bad. It would take like 1,000,000 channel points to have me like sing over this song. Merry Christmas, TH Mao. Welcome back, Devil's Eye. YouTube, thank yourselves that you don't have to listen to this. There's a fair bit of editing. Oh, I can still sing just like this. Now, I love that song personally. Like, it may sound conceited, but I made music I wanted to hear. And I wanted to hear and experience that song. Like, I can relive the entire thing I'm talking about in that song. Like, I love it. Yeah. Love that shit. Love that shit. I got a couple songs, hold on, that are not up on my Bandcamp. Or sorry, not Bandcamp, SoundCloud. This is the very first song I ever sang to. This one sucks. I still remember like the feelings I had when I made it, so like I love it. Oh, this doesn't have the singing part. Oh shit. All right, so never mind. This is just the backing track basically. That is me whistling. Right? That was just me, like, not even practicing the whistle. I still got it. Shit. I still got it. I can whistle like I was 20 again. can whistle like I was 20 again. And I'm not even kidding. I think I was 20 when I recorded that, for sure. Hold on. This is actually the song I meant to play. And again, it's not good. But it is not uploaded anywhere that you can actually hear it, so. Merry Christmas. I recorded this in 2008. No, I never toured. Are you kidding me? No. Thank you for asking, though. Dude, I'm embarrassed to play guitar here on stream. You think I played in front of a crowd? No, definitely not. No. I'd never tell this to my brother to his face, but man, him and his girlfriend at the time, when I played this stuff, like, while we were traveling with, like, Mount Rainier or some bullshit, they were not a fan. Yeah, they were a big impact on why I never went any further with it. Don't let my brother know that. He would feel bad about it. He shouldn't feel bad about it. That was on me. Why the fuck would I listen to my brother? If I thought it was good, I would have kept doing it, you know? So it's not his fault. I don't want him to feel bad about that at all. No, this is all me. I did, the drums are sequenced in Fruity Loops or FL Studio. The bass is me, the guitar is me, the singing is me. No, and I get it. But also, was it his true opinion, or was he just kind of being a dick for dick's sake because he's a brother? That's the thing. Like, you never know with family. Either they're being nice or they're being mean just because they know you. Yeah, I know I can't sing, so be nice about that part. So JWEF over on YouTube is commenting, they're talking about my voice, not even the music they're hearing, because they don't hear the music I'm playing right now. They're just being a dick for the sake of being a dick. But they don't mean it in a mean way. They're just having fun. That's what I think about your opinion there, JWEF. At least that opinion. Oh, I could. I just don't have, like, the audio wired up for YouTube to actually hear it without having to, like, do a bunch of bullshit. So YouTube just gets to miss out on the stuff I put y'all through just now. Like, I could figure out a way to toggle that. It's just not worth the effort. Because then I'd mess it up and not do it and then get the entire stream demonetized or some shit. Just not worth it. Okay, so hold on. I think this is the one you heard earlier, but I think this one has singing. This is the absolute first song I ever sang on. And it's not good. I mean, when we say young man, that's in my 20s, you know? I'm fucking 40, dude. Like, yeah, 2008, I was in my 20s. That's not some sweet summer child. Like, he still is. Like, when I think back about my 20s, oh, that sweet summer child. But just saying, like, nah, man, it's not like I'm like 14 saying about some bullshit. Like, no, I was in my 20s. Those are some of my, like, formative years. But yes, I listened to a lot of, like, Death Cab for Cutie and fucking Pinback and, like, bullshit at that time. Like, obviously, the music I make is going to emulate that. Fuck it, you know, no big deal. I feel like there's like another song I wanted to play that I can never find when I need it though. So that's a bummer. Yeah, like I won't be able to find this other song. Yeah, that's a bummer. I know I've got it saved somewhere. But, you know, I can always head to like, you know, SoundCloud and we can play some bullshit. Right? Like, this is me, also in my 20s, but no singing. So you're welcome. Half of this song I recorded in my van during a summer using a solar panel for my power. Well, I love this song, by the way. It just doesn't have any singing. And yeah, I still know this guitar riff and everything. The bass line is synthetic because, yeah, I was in a van. The song really fills out when we get, like, the next instrument to come in. You'll hear it. And hold on, just in case. Hey, YouTube, I know you're missing out on a bunch of this. YouTube, if you want to hear some of the music I made as a really clueless something-year-old. You're welcome. There you go. I still like it. I'm into it. I cringe less at this than I do the stuff where I sang. You'd be surprised. Some 20-something-year-olds are actually like way ahead of the game. I wasn't. So, that's all. Dude, I think of people like Dylan Mulroy. Motherfucker just graduated high school and went and did computer science at college and then had an entire 10 years to like realize who he wanted to be as a dev and all that shit. Like, man, I actually look at DM Mulroy as like way ahead of the game on his career, like compared to even like me. Like, dude, he's younger than me. We probably got started around the same time, and he has a way better trajectory. Like, he's just nailed it. I've been futzing about with bullshit for 15 years, man. That said, I wouldn't trade my snowboarding time for anything. But yeah, like, I really do envy, like, Dylan Mulroy. Like, he knew what he wanted to do, and he went to college for it, and he got his degree, and he worked a bunch of jobs. And he, like, understood where his career wanted to go at an earlier age than I even realized what I wanted to go to college for. I was a snowboard bum until the age of, like, 30. So, yes, I'm a little jealous of people that, like, figured out the career they wanted and everything fresh out of high school. Hell no, I didn't. Like, oh my god, I graduated high school and knew I wouldn't get into any fucking university because I was a fucking slacker. I was a stoner, right? Like, I didn't do shit. I failed a PE class, you know? Like, come on, man. Nah, there's no way I'm getting to university. So yeah, I just went snowboarding for 10 years. Best time of my life. I wouldn't change it, but I do envy people that knew what they wanted to do early. That's insane to me almost. Like, how do you trust 18-year-old you to make a good decision? I look back, dude, that kid sucked. Like, my version. 18-year-old version of me, dude, that dude sucked. Fuck that dude. Best decision he made was knowing that he wasn't going to do shit, so he might as well go snowboard. Best decision that kid ever made. And real quick, if y'all don't know, we're listening to music I made. I made this song. Is it great? No. It's kind of good. It's kind of good. It's not awesome. No, come on. You know, I gotta blow smoke up my ass. It's okay. It's passable. It's okay. It could be way worse. But it's not bad. Yes, I've heard a lot worse. Like, yeah, you can just turn on the radio and hear worse. Like, come on. Ugh, pop music? Ugh, fuck that shit. Ugh. Soulless, ballless, just chasing the fucking dollar music. Yeah, you can find any of that on the radio. Ooh, ACM, no, like, most of the composition was actually FL Studio. So for this like song and most of the songs I recorded, I did the loops of like the guitar riffs and the bass riffs and like all that inside of like Cakewalk Sonar, because they at least used to have a really good like looping recording mechanism. So I could just sit there jamming the same riff for a good like minute or two, and then pick out the best version of that riff that was like actually the best like loop, and then loop it for composition's sake inside of FL Studio, which is Fruity Loops. Yeah. And then once I had a structure, I could always take that structure and put it back into Cakewalk Sonar and record like a verse and a chorus at a time. I rarely got to a point where I needed to do that because I got like a song like this that was good enough for me. So yeah, there are like the loops that you can totally hear, right? Like there's nothing like unique about each like loop or like couple bars of a riff. But when composed together, it's still pretty fucking good. So I would do my composition in FL Studio using loops and then doing the drums on top, with the intention that I would totally bring it back into Cakewalk Sonar and record entire verses and choruses to where like they wouldn't be so robotic or like so like repetitive. But most songs didn't actually need that. Yeah, like, so Dedicated, that's something I actually cared more about. Like, the actual structure of the song mattered more than, like, the individual riff or, like, the individual, like, verse versus chorus. Like, recording that to where it didn't sound like a bunch of, like, clips jammed together. In my opinion, the value was, like, making a song that had, like, a story to tell. You know? You weren't here for when I played the song on acoustic earlier. That song I play on acoustic, it actually starts out with a riff that is plucked. And then that riff goes into like a bridge riff to like a somewhat like chorusy like riff that is like very similar to the original riff. And then from there I do like a strummed riff. And then I go back to like the chorusy like kind of riff. I do like the bridge riff again, and then the final riff is not actually the same like intro riff. It's like a strummed version of that riff, but like different. To where like the whole version of that song is like you go from like a point, you go through this like massive like symbiosis of like things you go through that change you, and you might get back to like the same place a little bit, but it's different, you know? To me, like the journey, like the storytelling of a song is more important than individual riffs. So a riff is like, when you break down a song, there's the idea of a bar and a measure. And when you think about most of the songs we hear, their chorus or their verse is composed of bars and measures. Of like repeated sections of music, right? A bar is typically like a part that makes up a measure, right? Like 4 bars to a measure is like a general gist. A song is composed of many measures. The chorus has the measures it's composed of, right? The verse has the measures it's composed of, but how you like string these things together and like record like fills between them and things like that is what actually makes a song. And even then, when you have a verse and a chorus, you tend to need like a bridge that realizes something. So if you want to think about a song in like Hollywood terms, there's Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. Act 1 is establishing the hook, establishing the chorus, if you will. Act 2 is repeating that chorus again, right? But with like some slightly different lyrics, like maybe you add some bullshit to it to make like the chorus more powerful and like the verses between them more powerful. And by Act 3 of a song, you get to the point where like Yeah, you need to tie Act 1 and Act 2 to an Act 3 where, like, you hit a resolution. To do so, you need something called a bridge, and that bridge will typically either be like a key change or a timing signature change or all sorts of stuff. But from Act 1 to Act 2, you need a bridge to make Act 3 impactful. If you start to break down movies in music terms, you'd be really surprised how much these things really overlap. Because, like, storytelling in general has to follow a flow, or you're just not gonna, like, listen to the story anymore. So many movies have bad pacing issues, and it's because they try and fuck with the pattern of what makes an entertaining story. That's, like, really it. I think most of the time when someone fucks up the storytelling pattern of a film, they do it in editing, not even in, like, directing. A good editor can save bad direction. A good editor is fucked if they have a bad editor. Think about it this way. Star Wars, the original trilogy, is only good because of the editor that put that shit together and made a cohesive story from it. I really do feel like George Lucas's wife, who edited the original trilogy, is actually the real architect of this entire fucking, like, greater storyline we have. Yeah. She was the editor. And she is really the architect of every single thing that we consider, like, canon and lore for Star Wars. For sure. You can look it up. You can totally look it up. The only reason the original trilogy is successful is because she was a really fucking good editor. Like, look at George Lucas having control of editing later. Like, the fucking remasters of the original trilogy. Boy, they suck. Ugh. Soulless, ballless, just... Ugh. They don't even respect the fucking viewer. I just want to add this bullshit because I wanted to add this bullshit type stuff. You know? A lot of people praise George Lucas. That dude would have never been successful without his wife actually being good at what she does. And that is editing the weird bullshit he put together to begin with. Yeah, she is actually the architect of the entire, like, canon universe that we have. It's kind of insane. And she doesn't get the credit she deserves. Because who made the toys? Fucking George Lucas. Who monetized the fuck out of every single fucking aspect of the series? George Lucas. He gets the credit for making it a business success. She gets the credit for making it an actual, like, narrative success. All right, so real quick, I know I've been ranting, and I'll probably continue to rant. The ranting will continue until production improves. I'm kidding. We're just bullshitting. But I love this song. This is my favorite song I've ever made, actually. Like, the first one we heard from this, like, album is close. But the way I actually do some of, like, the synth stuff on this song... Just wait, like, you hear this, like, synth that's going right now? I mixed that with another synth. And when we hit, like, the bridge of the song, those two synths, like, marry in such a way that I am so proud of that I could never reproduce again. Like, it was just serendipity. It was magic. So yeah, 1 second ACM. I just want to hear this part. Right? This part and the part we just heard from the synth. Oh, this next part. Just wait. Just wait. You're so close. God, I fucking love that part. Thing is, it was a monophonic synth. So when I took those two riffs and combined them over each other using the same VST, they ended up like competing with each other for specific notes. And they ended up like alternating which note they decided to take based upon like a wave sign of like the verse and like how that shit progressed. Like, dude, I couldn't recreate that ever again because that was an accident. But oh my God, like I love that part so much. And yeah, it might be a little conceited to love a part of a song you made. Like, why else would you make music if you didn't want to hear music you wanted to hear? Right? So yes, it's conceited. Right? I should probably remove my tongue from my own butthole at this point when talking about my own music. But I'm really proud of that bit. Okay? I've done way worse. And I will do worse. Because I don't think I'll ever do any better than that bit right there as far as like that synth and what it did. Anyway, let's get some more bullshit music going. Let's we can throw on all sorts of stuff. How about that? If you didn't like it, that's okay. I would welcome you phrasing that in a nice way about what you didn't like about it. If you can't do so, we'll keep that shit to yourself. Because you are probably not nearly as critical of me as I am of myself. I don't need people to pile on to my own negative sentiment. All right? So, take it easy. Okay, so Gopton chimed in, listened to some of the works on the link, and they kind of sound like Stained songs. I'll take it. Stained is basically knockoff Tool anyway, so yeah, I'll take it. Schnuffleupagus, sorry, yeah. And I don't know if I said that even close to right, but yeah, good enough. Whatever, welcome. How you doing? Yeah, we're chilling. Yeah. Schnuffleupagus. I'm Schnuffleupagus. Schnuffleupagus. Did I say that right? Schnuffleupagus. Schnuffleupagus. It took me like 5 tries, but I think I got there. Schnuffleupagus. Schnuffleupagus. No, I added an L in there on the first try. Schnuffleupagus. I got there. Yeah, we got there. It took me like 10 tries to like make it consistent. Schnuffleupagus. There we go. I can do it every try this time. Like, we got there.
Please don't test me. Please don't test me. Like, I don't know, man. I'd get it again if money's on the line. Oh, I'm gonna fuck it up. But I think we're good. Yeah, we're chilling. Isn't that a character on Sesame Street? It's close. Snuffleupagus is the Sesame Street character. Snuffleupagus is this person specifically. They're totally different people. Yeah, no worries for a will. Snuffleupagus. God damn, like, I don't think I could ever forget it now. I think I'm fucking nailing it. Like, that's just science. Yeah, you're welcome. Do I wrap tabs in VS Code? I do not. I have, like, just, like, the sideways scroll on it. I tend to use, like, the Open Editors tab for most of what I do, and if I feel like I'm overwhelmed by tabs, I clear out Open Editors, and that clears out the tabs, you know? I get it, Mr. Elfman, but yeah, part of my heuristic is, well, am I getting lost in all the shit I have? I should probably clear out what I have in Open Editors first, you know? Hold on, let's get some music going. That song? Nah, I'm good. Oh, this song. Hold on. YouTube, you can't hear it. But YouTube, you deserve this, like, to understand this song and, like, hear it. This song's so fucking good. Yeah, no worries, Gotten. I'll start pacing the songs we listen to because I don't have a good YouTube bot for the song I'm hearing right now. We're going to have to do a stream to make a, like, music bot, like Cadbury bot, that responds to YouTube. I should definitely do that. I should figure that part out, because that would be really good. That way, over in YouTube, you do the song command and get the exact song I'm listening to. When I'm like, hey, YouTube, you should do the song command because you can't hear it right now, but you deserve to hear it. Yeah, dedicated, right? Yippee-ki-yay in a song is fucking insane, and it's really good. Oh my god, like, dude, it's like your new favorite song, right? Like, this is basically a Christmas song now, right? They use the phrase yippee-ki-yay in a song that makes it a Christmas song. Just by proxy, you know? That's just science, okay? Come on. Can I just add YouTube functions to Cadbury Bot? They're not the same thing, four-wheel. You need to subscribe to the chat. Subscribing to YouTube is very different from subscribing to Twitch chat. How is my YouTube blog so fast? Do I preload on hover? No, that's just all static, man. Like, that's just Gatsby. I haven't even switched to Astro yet. But yeah, my blog is fast as fuck, man. Fast as fuck. Because Gatsby is actually good enough for most people. They just don't know it. Because memes, you know? People want to be on the latest and best and brightest, which is obviously Astro. But you know what? You can make a really performant site with Gatsby still. You can make a really fucking performant website with Gatsby still. The thing that's slow, building that site to begin with. Yeah, when I need to process all like
2,000 images that I have cached, well, yeah, Gatsby sucks for that one because it somehow doesn't cache those things locally. Because technically, the company behind Gatsby decided to push their fucking cloud platform instead of making the local experience better. That's actually the entire fucking problem that Gatsby has. They were trying to monetize that shit, so they didn't actually improve the user experience. They easily, 100%, could have solved the image caching problem locally before making us pay for some bullshit platform. But instead, Gatsby had VC funding and decided that they needed to become profitable. And hence, Gatsby is fucking dead now. That's actually 100% it. I don't know if y'all know or understand the story of Gatsby. The story of Gatsby is VC funding wanted them to be profitable rather than develop a good product, which forced them to gate the optimization of image caching at their cloud service level rather than doing it locally or doing it in your fucking CI/CD. There are so many fucking ways they could have made Gatsby massively performant, but they just didn't because they wanted you to use their bullshit cloud platform. When you look at VC, there are ways that it is massively useful and profitable and really nice. And then you look at how VC fucks a software stack and makes it unusable. There are examples for all these things. The making it unusable example is Gatsby. They stopped caring about the developer experience and basically forced people to use their cloud platform to get any improvements. They were using the Apple route. Gatsby was trying to be Apple. But Gatsby is not core enough to the dev platform to be Apple. So yeah, they overstepped their bounds, and then rather than actually making Gatsby better, they just folded. It's a massive problem. Gatsby could have cached all sorts of shit in a really nice way. And they just put it behind a fucking paywall. We would all be using Gatsby without that paywall bullshit. We'd still be on Gatsby. Astro would be trying to claw market share away if Gatsby just did the right thing for developers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not. Dude, challenge me on that shit. The only reason Astro is even a realistic consideration right now is because Gatsby fumbled so fucking hard. They didn't just fumble, they let the defense take it to the fucking end zone. It wasn't just a fumble. They gave away points with how badly they messed up their business. So there's something to be said. VC massively helps in some cases, and VC fucking kills businesses in other cases. Yeah, no worries, RJ. Yeah, I'm in rant mode. We're at 9:13 p.m. on a Christmas Eve with, maybe way too much whiskey in my system, but I've done worse. Yeah, Merry Christmas. We'll see you again, RJ. Thank you for that gift. Honestly, dude, thank you for that gift. I think the 3-ply one that you helped me create it, dude, this is one of my favorite new gifts. 3-ply? Like, dude, thank you, right? Like, awesome is fine. Like, it's a good GIF. 3ply is way better. Like, 3ply is like, that's a meme. That's a brand at this point. So yeah, no worries, RJ. Thank you so much for the 3ply GIF. That's your GIF. I just did a little bit on top. Thank you for that one. Appreciate it. We'll see you again tomorrow. Like, I'll be live tomorrow. I'll be here. Hopefully less whiskey in my system, but it is Christmas. Dedicated. That sounds amazing. Hold on. Let me add you to regulars so that you don't get, like, slapped by Nightbot. I feel like you probably have this, like, access. Yeah, you're already a regular. Yeah, go for it, man. But I do have to pee. Give me just a second. Like, come on. I'll be right back. Gatsby left, Astro right. We'll watch it here together. Let me just go pee. Oh my God. Okay, so BRB. I'm actually back. My bad. Yeah. And Trollflix. Well, hey, what's up, man? You've been here for ages, so I don't think you're trolling, but every time I see your name, I'm like, oh shit. Oh fuck, brace yourself. Which, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, no, you've been here for so long. Like, no, you're good, man. You don't deserve that thought process. Your name just hints at, like, oh shit. Well, what am I in for now? I don't know, man. My bad. You've been here so long, you don't deserve it. That's my fault. Do I have a VIP to give you? I don't. Hold on. Do we have someone who is a VIP that I can give their name to? I'm just saying, like, when someone has a name like Trollflix, every single streamer is put on edge. That's not something you're doing on purpose, but your name really does put streamers on edge. Ah, shit. Oh, here they are. Oh, no. Trollflix LLC, no big deal. Everybody's name inspires something in the streamer. No, and I get it, Trollflix. I'm just saying, like, I'm sorry. Because you've been here for ages. But I'm just saying, when I see certain streamers' names, if they're not here every day, sometimes I see it and I'm like, oh shit.
What did I sign up for this time? All right, here we go again. Right? Like, yeah, like it makes this shit get thinner every time I see some like streamer like viewer name that I'm actually questioning, right? This like little island gets thinner and thinner every time. It's not your fault, Trollfix, but like look at how thin this little island is. Hold on. Right? Like this is what it starts to feel like. Right? This is what this little island is starting to feel like when I start to like recognize like, oh shit, does that person have a trolley name? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Serpent codes. The house on the island just got smaller. Ground control to Major Tom. There we go. And it's fine, Serpent. Now, I'm just having fun. Yeah, yeah. You like the music? I'm glad you like the music. We're hanging out. We're chilling. Yeah, the weather on that island must fucking suck, dude. Oh my god. Like, they might be somewhat protected by this, like, cliffside. But if the weather comes from this inside, like, oh my god, that's gotta suck. Imagine owning this house. I mean, I think about it every single day. Ah, oh, dude, that sounds just beautiful. I would love to live there. Oh my god, like, I would be blowing snow. I would set up some weird, like, irrigation bullshit to, like, have this entire place be, like, snow. And I'd be shredding powder every fucking day. Oh, I'd be shredding powder every fucking day, dude. Yeah, I'd be doing snowmaking right now. Like, oh my god, yeah. Yeah. If I ever come into $1 billion, I'm buying this fucking island. I'm buying this island, okay? Starlink, electricity, and isolation, bliss. Like, oh my god, yeah. Are you kidding me? Like, who doesn't want to fucking live there? The caves inside the island. I mean, that sounds even more fun. Like, look at this inlet. Yeah, right? You might actually discover, like pirate booty inside the island at this point. Like, oh my god, that sounds even better. Are you kidding me? We could find the treasure of One-Eyed Willie. That sounds amazing, right? One-Eyed Willie. Yeah, my man. Oof. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like, all right, so we finished off the Bakers. It was a really good bottle of whiskey. It was solid. You did as good as you could, Bakers. I'm sorry. We did you in. Oh, where is It of Alan? Oh my god, Alan. That was the one. Alan might not even be here, but we popped that cork. And he felt a shiver up his spine. That's power.
We can send a shiver up someone's spine who's not even watching the stream right now. That's power. Is that my superpower? He can pop a cork and make every human being within like a 30-mile radius shiver their spine. You do it right, you can do anything. Oh, this song? Just wait for the bass line. Hold on. I'm going to prepare for the bass line in the only way I know how. It'll start whatever. I still need to prepare. Oh no, woe is me. My entire stream is failing. Listen to this bass line. This bass line's so strong that it actually fucked up my camera feed. Give me a second, right? Technical difficulties. Hold on. Still unclogging my my camera feed. Give me a second. Yeah, this camera feed is tricky. Give me a second. Right? This bassline's just so good. It clogged up my entire camera feed. Let me just technical difficulties. Give me a second. It may not be some Primus. We can listen to some Primus here in a second, but holy shit, dude. All right, we fixed the camera. It took some effort, but we got there. Yeah, for people on YouTube, I'm sorry. The song that clogged up our camera is this one. Right? Blame, yes. Right? Their bassist is just too good. All right, so real quick, hold on. Yeah, you had a comment earlier. I'm sorry, I glossed over it. Who was that specifically? Sorry, someone said something. It was before Snuffleupagus, before Dedicated. Oh, Devil's Eye. Yes, I have 2 new balance buttons. Am I planning on doing something? So, Devil's Eye, and anyone else out there in chat, what do you think is the right way to go? Should I hide the upper right corner new balance button if we have no balances? That seems like the fix for this. Because, yeah, having 2 buttons for the same exact action is not ideal. But if we don't have any balances, we want to prompt the user to do so. I don't like the idea of no balances found and then forcing them to look to the upper corner. So if they have no balances, I would rather have the button here and we just hide that one. Yeah, so we only show the new balance button here in the upper right if we have some balances. Okay, I like that. I think that's a good user experience there. So yeah, we're not just here ranting and chilling and drinking whiskey. We can get shit done too. Slowly. Come on, it's 9:30 p.m. for me. I've been live for 7 hours. We did hard work earlier. Now I just want to like coast through on the easy stuff. So let's do that. I mean, the whole startup didn't get built that way. Like, no, I did the important work before I started drinking. Every single day, the important stuff happens before I have a drink. That said, we have chatted about and discovered things that we wouldn't have discovered without having a drink or two to like open up that conversation. I would really push back on any straight edge out there. Drinking allows you to make mistakes. In the same way that coding tired allows you to make mistakes. If you've ever coded tired, you're coding drunk. Drinking and tiredness are actually like somewhat equal in their ability to cause car accidents. I would actually point out that someone who is not tired and is drunk is actually safer than someone who is just tired. Like, tired drivers are really fucking dangerous. I would say I would trust a drunk driver more than a tired driver. The problem is that you often see drunk drivers really fucking up when they're also tired. I would love to see some stats about that. But in my opinion, drunk drivers fuck up when they start to get tired, not just being drunk. And at that point, yeah, they're dealing with like the worst of both. So yeah, they're going to be like the biggest problem ever. Like, have you ever seen that Always Sunny episode? They nail it on the head. There's a bit where Mac and Dennis are in Dennis's like Land Rover or whatever. They're driving. They're like, yeah, man, we're going to go to the club. We're going to do some shit. Like, we're going to do a thing. Like, blah, blah, blah. And then like they cut to the scene where they're both tired and basically sleeping. 4 hours earlier, they could have been the same level of drunk. They wouldn't have been that tired, though. And they wouldn't have had the same problem. Tired is way fucking worse. Yeah, tired, sleepless drivers are serial killers. And that's why we fucking need robots to replace fucking semi-drivers. It's not their fault, but the companies behind, like, cross-country transport, like, semi-wise, they actually massively encourage drivers to go without enough sleep to make their fucking deadlines. Like, it's fucking gnarly. Benzedrine. It'll take the hair right off your bean. It'll make you squirm, it'll make you scream, but I like it. That's an old fucking trucker quote that my dad somehow knew and has told me. I'm not even kidding. Like, dude, my dad's been telling me that fucking nursery rhyme for way too fucking long. And he was never even a truck driver. But he knows. That is an actually like truck driver quote. Benzedrine. Nowadays, they got all sorts of shit. Probably Adderall, right? That's the smart way. Technically, they probably just do meth. Adderall would be the better route for truck drivers in general, but still not good. I feel like the main problem is they would distract themselves, so they'd be just as dangerous. Whereas, like, the illegal stuff, there's a stigma. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, this is not a rant. We should continue. That's my fault. There's definitely something to cross-country truck drivers, though. That's not something a human being should even be expected to do. That is like the number one thing we should replace with robots, right? I don't give a fuck about, right? Granny Smith over here driving her fucking Prius, having the car drive it for her. It's fine. Semis, though? Dude, yeah, take people out of that problem. They're all traveling like really established routes. Could they actually drive the major fucking highways, and then when they get within, like, I don't know, 10 to 20 miles of where they need to do a delivery, is there a nexus they could hit? And then from the nexus, a human being drives it to the local fucking roads? Like, why is that not a thing we're doing right now? Because it makes too much fucking sense. It's literally how airplanes work. Yes, exactly. Like, why are we not doing that with automated fucking semi-trucks? You still need human beings to drive them, but now they don't have to be fucking weeks away from their family. They can just take the truck from the depot to where it needs to go. That is the number one thing we should be automating right now, you know? I don't want to drive next to a fucking territorial, methed out fucking semi-driver, man. Like, I don't trust any of those fuckers. Most of them are great. Until the one that sucks, and then the one that sucks kills you. You know? Like, dude. That's just a matter of mass. You know? So yeah, we're trying to automate the wrong shit. Automate the easy parts first. We are kind of describing trains, but trains are still not as specific. And to lay that amount of train, like, infrastructure would be way cost prohibitive. Like, you know, you couldn't do trains at the level you would do semis. The amount of highways we have can cover semis, right? The amount of train tracks we have to get everyone everything they need, you'd still be dealing with the same, like, semi problem, you know? Even if humans are doing, like, the semi from the train to where it needs to go within a region, that is still so much shit. Like, so much, like, tired driving still. Because the trains don't cover nearly as much as you think, especially when you get to, like, North Dakota. You know, like, just saying. So, yeah, no, like, highway system is actually, like, the perfect infrastructure for that right now. Here in the U.S. I don't know about where Surly lives over in the UK. They may have train infrastructure that can do everything needed. EU, France, sure, maybe, totally. I don't know. But the US is fucking massive, and to lay all of that train infrastructure is probably not worth it because we already have the fucking roads, you know? Like the highway system is already doing this problem. Leverage that with automated semi-truck drivers. That's all. In the 60s? What was it in the 60s? Was that like just austerity measures where people like pulled up the fucking train tracks or something? Like, if they're there, just use them, you know? But yeah, they do require maintenance, so I get that. I don't know. We're getting a little too political. That's my bad. Sorry. Yeah. The cider is hitting strong, and we've been live for a long time. I should probably get some sleep here soon. But I do think we can look a little bit at... Let's hide that button. And let's find the exact thing we actually want to think about going into tomorrow. Because I don't know about you, right? I know I made a rant about it on Hacker News earlier, and I tend to say it here on stream, but never stop on a solved problem. Because realistically, you can leverage your background thought process while you're doing the laundry. You can do it while you're washing your dishes, cooking dinner, going to sleep at night, waking up in the morning. Your brain will wander as it wants to. Give it something that you actually want it to wander to, and you're good to go. So if you have a problem that you left off on the night before, your brain can wander to it at any given moment that you never predicted it would. Like a shower thought, right? There's an entire thread on Reddit about shower thoughts, like subreddit on Reddit about shower thoughts. I have totally solved coding problems driving to work in the morning. I've solved them in the shower. I've solved them in grosser situations than that. Washing dishes. Leverage your background thought process to let your brain wander towards a solution rather than you having to be there. So, hold on. I feel like this is a good thing to at least remind everyone of every single stream. Diffuse thought versus focused. And there is an image for this that is really powerful. And yeah, there's a bunch of different versions. I feel like this one could be good. We cancel. Like, no. Close. Oh my god. The ads and shit. Ugh. Okay, here we go. So this is trying to imagine your brain as a pinball machine? Is that what it is? Like, I don't know. This is not the perfect abstraction, but it does make the point. When you are focused thinking, right, your thought might shoot up through the pinball machine, hit the side, bounce around your head, but it will always be like within a single step of where that thought landed. I don't know what this is. Hold on. Oh, this is some Yes that is... All right, so Yes smokes way more weed than I do. Here we go. This song's good. Right? But just think about like the pinball machine where you shoot up and it just keeps bouncing around up in this bullshit section. Okay, cool. And it might get to the actual answer that could be right here. Sure, you know? Is the answer really that close to where your original thought is every time? No. So here it goes, right? You shoot off that thought, you bounce around in just like the same area of all these things being connected. And where you see this arrow going to here, you're probably going to bounce back around through all this bullshit again multiple times. So this like arrow should be way more complicated. And eventually you might branch out to this. And then you do the same, like really like thrashing the local area. Whereas with diffuse thought, the thing where you're not focusing on it, your brain allows itself to go like, well, ignore all this bullshit. What if? Right? You bounce to here, and then you hit some weird like what if of this situation, of what could be going wrong or whatever. Well, if that's going wrong, well, then maybe this is happening and that and blah, 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 and bam. Like, you can get to, right? Sure, they bounce back to here to there. This diagram sucks, actually. What you're looking at is that really, for them to describe it, you should have landed here, maybe. This should be the target. To get to this target, how many steps are you going to have to take to get there? And if you want to do like pure focused thought on it, there are so many things you have to consider in the moment, maintaining the context of all of them. Whereas your shower thoughts let you cut all that shit out and like, well, hey, what if? Right? Diffuse thought process is actually a superpower. Is it right? No. It's pretty much never right. But the point is, it's going when you're not even trying to make it go there. So instead, when you're doing anything else, it's actually taking along. And the right way to think about diffuse thought is it's like a secondary like thread or process. If your brain has two processes, focused and background thought, like the browser, right? You got the main thread, and you got like the background threads from like workers. Just consider those workers actually sharing the same thread, and they're just like cooperative. But the main thread is your pure focus. Like if you interrupt that, you're interrupted. Like our brain actually functions like the fucking browser. In my opinion. You got your focused thought, right? And it's really easy to interrupt or stall. But that background thread is always going. Leverage that background thing. That's the only way. Like, I don't know. Love this stuff. I want to figure out a good way to rant about it that would actually make a good like YouTube video. Might not get there, but I have to rant about it to get, you know, the right patterns to describe it. Like really, I need to create my own visual asset. Maybe inspired by this, but this shit's just actually wrong. It doesn't like actually make our point because this thing connects out to where you would have been in the first place. Like, I don't know. I hate this diagram. Nah. Yeah, article sucks. I want to create my own like visual similar to this that actually proves what I'm trying to say. Oh, everyone, like, do you not sing in the shower? While you're singing, you can actually solve coding problems, man. I feel sorry for people that don't. No one's judging you when you sing in the shower. Like, that's the best. You should totally be singing in the shower. Chewbacca impersonation in the shower. Like, that's just singing, but you don't want to call it that. Come on. That's just singing. Just for a different audience, man. That's still singing. All right, so yeah, let's hide the upper corner New Balance button if we don't have stuff. Like, it's so easy. Let's just do that part. That'd be so good. What if we actually did a thing? Be a whole lot cooler if we did, man. All right, so the thing is, how do we feel about the spacing? I kind of want to add like another, like at least one more REM, which would be +8 to the number we got. Like, I think we have 16. It would be a 24, right? Like 3 REM between no balances and that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, actually, we're doing margin top 4 there. I actually liked it closer. I think that's good. Like in between the two. We should probably get an icon there. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. It's fine. We should figure out like a version for quotas as well. So it's the same layout, right? All right, so hold on. We do that in the card after, yeah, we do the length check there too. Yeah, okay. All right, so we do quotas. All right, so I think we're actually good there, right? It's about quotes, no quotes found. We got the same bullshit spacing and all that. So I think we're good for that one. Over on quotas, yeah, we want to do the same bullshit wrapper there. Okay, so yeah, we solved the same problem for quotas and balances. We go to details here for that. I want to run some, right? Like the data comes back like this, where we have a column for everything. I want to write a script on the client side only that takes this and condenses it to 60% plus, right? Like if you're empty in all of these, like everything from the right over until you hit a value, you should condense that value. And I think we can do that. Because then we end up with, like 4 columns, right? One with 0 and it's just 60 plus. And then these other 3 that actually matter. And I kind of do want to throw like the number we're dealing with into the bar, but really small. And we don't get that access from Mantine. So that's kind of a bug, in my opinion. I think Mantine might give us access to the props we need to override that, but I think technically, I think I need to fork their shit. If I want like really custom designs. Like I might be better using recharts directly, which Mantine is just wrapping anyway. So that might be in the move. And if, like, I don't need to show it, but when you install Mantine's charts library, they actually ask you to like install recharts too. So yeah, we can just go direct access for better rendering, but these things being condensed to a 60 plus, that's a data problem. And we can process that data. All right. To me, that sounds like a fun problem to stew on. So where do we, like, we're doing a fetch. Hold on. This is a specific quota. That is quota details. So we fetch some usage details. And that happens here. Oh, I've had that exact line from this song stuck in my head for ages, right? When you knew the gas was gone, but you had to rev the motor. Yeah, no, love this song. Okay, so yeah, we're doing like set usage stats, dude. Come on, like autocomplete, you're fucking up. I don't want to type that. What I want to do is scrub data for chart, right? Like that's our goal. So our data is coming back where like, hold on, let's look at the endpoint that's doing this. That'll make a lot more sense. So the endpoint is get quota usage stats. And yeah, come on, let's close a bunch of stuff that we just really don't need right now for this task. All right, so now let me open it up. You can see it. There you go. We're looking at our notes and the quota details page that is showing this chart. And hey, what's up, Kevin? Yeah, Merry Christmas. Cheers. I've got a little bit of the poor man's champagne in me. That's whiskey and hold on, what do you call it? Sparkling cider. Whiskey and sparkling cider. Poor man's champagne. There you go. Nailed it. We're celebrating. It's Christmas. You know, hanging out. But yeah, how you doing, Kevin? Yeah, what we need to do, and I was describing it for other people too, is I want to condense these like final 4 columns in my graph here. I don't want to do it at the server side though. I want to do it at the client side as like just a presentational thing. Like the API shouldn't care about how the data is presented. So yeah, this is like a front end only concern. And I want to do this in a way that makes sense. So yeah, that's the part we're looking at right now. I just cleaned up my workspace, right? From open editors to just being my notes and the file we're just looking at right there. And yeah. What I wanted to do is look at the endpoint for that and see kind of like what the keys and everything it's setting are. So it's here in the API. We go to HTTP, we go to, and this is for quotas. Yeah, this song's really good ACM, for sure. For people on YouTube, this song is Bananas and Blow by Ween. It's really good. All right, so get quota usage stats. Here we go. No, not that file. Yeah, see, so our backend does this. So when we want to scrub this data, we kind of want to go back. You know how I talk shit on like algorithm stuff? This is an algorithm problem. We want to work ourselves backwards from the length of a thing and condense the final columns of 0 into one column of 0. When you set yourself up for a leak code problem and you didn't realize it, and then like, you know, like what's that meme? Is it from shit. Oh, it's from that one like anime, like the one where it's got the guy driving in the car, he's like thing, and then he goes, right? Like that anime. Ghost in the Machine, right? When you're sitting there thinking you didn't need algorithms, then all of a sudden you get a fucking reverse linked list problem in your code. Like, oh shit. You know, like that meme? Hold on. Anyone know the name of that meme? I don't want to Google for it. It'll be weird. But yeah, like it's a good meme. I swear it's from fucking Ghost in the Shell. Not Ghost in the Machine, Ghost in the Shell. It might not be. I just always remember it as Ghost in the Shell. Anyone know? Oh, Kevin, ask the AI overlords to write the algorithm? No. What fun is that? Like, I know I could do it. I'd rather just do it, though. Like, that's more fun. Like, come on. It's like a present I can, like, slowly unwrap for myself. Why would I want to let a robot do that for me? Do you want to let robots unwrap your presents for you, or do you just want to find a robot that does your laundry? I want a robot that does my laundry, personally. I don't want it unwrapping my presents for me. I feel like that was like the best way to phrase that, you know? I don't mean that purely as only those things, but the analogy, chef's kiss. I'm really proud of that analogy right there. Like, come on, you know that was good. if you built the robot, then yeah, watch it do its thing. But like, I don't want someone else's robot to unwrap presents for me. That, I don't know, that just doesn't feel good. There are parts of things where, yeah, unwrap that robot for me. I don't care. Like, unwrap everything that robot's gonna do. Like, yeah, let it do my laundry. Let it do my dishes. Laundry and dishes here are the analogy for fucking CI/CD bullshit. Technically, right? Like, merge conflicts, like all that. Like, dude, let a robot do that, man. Let me just tell it what I expect it to do, and then it figures out like the annoying part, you know? Hey, robot, I want these dishes in the dishwasher. Like, just do it, you know? No person wants to do that part. I don't want to wash my own dishes. I just want to eat the food. Damn, are we just dropping like analogy upon analogy right now? Like by accident? I think we are. I can go grab some more sparkling cider to keep it going. So give me a second. Analogy-wise, I'm nailing it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, so the big thing, I need to get some more Martinelli's sparkling cider for New Year's, right? We got a week. It's a week away. Like, come on, man. There's no rush, no stress. But I did really think I bought, yeah, I have like 4 Martinelli's bottles. Yeah, that's totally like Christmas and New Year's, like, together, right? Sweet summer Chris. What was he thinking? Sweet summer Chris. Oh, if only you knew what modern day Chris knows about you. Like, oh, you had no idea. Oh, you sweet summer Chris. Right? It's like sweet summer child, but even more condescending, you know? Oh, you sweet summer Chris. Feel free. Use that in your day-to-day. I don't mind. I'm okay with it. Oh, you sweet summer Chris. Oh, you sweet summer Chris. I'll use it against myself, so don't worry about that. Like, yeah, we're good. Just saying, even my trolls, you won't be judged for using that phrase. Oh, you sweet summer Chris. Right, so my trolls are like, oh shit, can we use a phrase that we know is talking shit, but he's okay with it? Is that even fun, though? Right, if I'm like in on the joke, what's the point, right? So yeah, my bad, trolls. Like, yeah, I didn't solve any problem. I get it. All right, so we can do this like really naively first. Right? And let's like list out our steps. First, get all chunks greater than 0. See, here's the biggest part. We need to make this an algorithm that is only happy going from the end forward. So we can't do like a get all chunks greater than 0. Loop over chunks backward. If we hit a hold on. If we hit, oh, come on, man. Oh god. There we go. If we hit a non-zero value, we stop. Okay. Right, so yeah, we scrub the data for the chart, or like just the chunks we got. We loop over them backwards from like back L-wards. That's a different thing. Totally. Yeah, no big deal. And then if we hit a non-zero value, we want to bail out and maybe record that index. And then once we have that index, right, split out the chunks at the bound index. Right, like make the default make sense. Like our default value for the index, I don't know what value that should be at, like at all. Again, we're thinking about the steps for the algorithm before like the code we got to type. You know, that's just science. So loop over the... Oh, come on. Wait, what? I thought I clicked it. Right? Look over those things, right? Split them out. Right? Create label for the ending 0 chunk. All right, so hold on. Let me leave some notes. Whatever we just poured, no, it needs more. Here's the thing. Damn, holy shit. Dude, the flavor of the bakers. I'm not even getting paid by these guys, but holy shit. Could I get a whiskey sponsor eventually? That'd be amazing. But right now, nope, unendorsed, and they would probably prefer me not to shout them out. But yeah, Baker's solid whiskey here, right? Got it from Costco. It's a 107 proof. Like too much, but inside of cider, holy shit, it's dangerous. I just poured Woodford at a really like modest level into cider as well, and man, oh. The Woodford felt brutal by comparison. Like that's actually, dude, Booker's with a mixer. That's the move, man. Just do it. I don't care if Booker's thinks they're like a sipping bourbon or whatever. No, they're a mixing bourbon. Ooh, Booker's fucking nailed it. Yeah, you're a mixing bourbon. Embrace it. Deal with it. Have a good day. All right. So anyway, sorry. Shit in my facial hair. I should shave off here soon. Anyway, dude, plans. Yeah, plans here is. Here's the thing. Jira is magic when you actually need it. This project doesn't, and that's the problem. I can manage every single thing. Sorry, burps. I can manage everything I want to do. Man, burps. Sorry. I'm sorry. This is not gaming stream. I should be a little better. The key is, yes, I want to establish the goals I have for the short term. If I have to burp, I'll at least cover my mouth. You don't get that privilege over on gaming. So yeah, we're good. We're good. Kira? Should I actually keep calling it Kira? For, like, hey, company that makes a thing that sounds like that? No, this isn't me complaining. It's not me not wanting to use it. It just doesn't make sense, like, right here. Like, you know? No one needs to know what this company is. Please not Kira for, like, the low end of scope that we got right here. Can we recognize that the company acquired Krello? Because they knew there was a niche they were not serving? All right. So at this point, I thought I was being sly. Like, oh my god, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. No, that insults your intelligence. Right, plans for the short term. This stuff might as well be a Trello board. Trello, like, come on, like, no big deal. Like, nothing I do deserves Jira. And that's not even negative. Like, no, Jira has a bar that you should be at before it makes sense. If not, just use Trello. It's fine. It's totally okay. But yeah, right now I can just do all this with Markdown because I don't have other people that depend on me for this stuff. If I was doing this in a shareable way, yes, I'd use Trello. Like, we'd be done. It'd be so easy. But right now, for me, for tomorrow, what do I need to do? A lot of the stat stuff eventually, but right now, nah. All right, so bare minimum, condense the, hold on, Quota, no, that's a different thing. Triarii, yeah, for sure. Quota details graph to handle trailing. Oh my god. Fucking words. Trailing 0 columns. All right, so for what we have to do tomorrow, like, come on. Yeah, like, dude, we're at 10:30 p.m. tonight, like, and I got the whiskey in me. It's Christmas as well, like, yeah, Christmas Eve. There are nights where I shouldn't get fucked up. This is one of those nights where, like, dude, I can totally get fucked up, okay? Like, come on. Let's get shitty, all right? But also, I'd rather get, like, shittier over on gaming, right? Griffing and chill. That's the command. There we go. So yeah, for YouTube, if you want to hang out while I go play games, yeah, I don't have a YouTube channel for that. It wouldn't be on this channel. Like, duh. The fact that I'm even talking about it, like, come on. The people that dislike me would call out these moments. Like, I get it. They're right. But you know what? Yeah, we can have a good old fucking time and ignore the haters. And we're just here doing our thing. But when I game, yeah, same idea, but worse. Way worse. As far as, like, being awesome, right? Way worse. My haters want me to just hammer out code 24/7. I believe that's what they, like, care about. We don't do any of that over on gaming, so yeah, like, way worse. I love it over there. So yeah, let's continue. Like, what do we need to do here on this stream tomorrow? I'm not going to have the Martinellis, I drank it all. But you know what? I will have the whiskey. So tomorrow, good old time. But yeah, I need to figure out what we're gonna do right here. And yeah, if I'm being honest, yeah, sometimes I do delete a stream that I don't think represents me as a person. I apologize for that. Could this be one? I don't think so. Like, it's the holidays. Who would judge me for this? Come on. Dude, I'm not working. I don't have work tomorrow. Like, come on, man. So yeah, I don't know. The baking company wants to have words. Yes, exactly. I'm sorry, like, no, CM Griffin is baking himself. You guys get zero value on that. No, this is a fully self-baked CM Griffin stream. Come on, that was a good joke. If you're not laughing at that one, come on, man. Like, are you even human? Like, dude. No part of my work is on the clock at this moment. We're outside business hours. That's scientific. We're outside like fucking holiday hours too. Like, come on, man. Anyone that thinks I speak for the company I work for right now, like, no. Don't be a jerk about it. I'm just, you know, fully baked Chris. It's like, I'm like Chris Wellington at this point. Like, I'm baked on the outside, baked on the inside too. Hey-o! Like, I don't know, like, sorry, bad joke. I don't even know if that joke makes sense, but I thought it was hilarious. All right, boom, nailed it. Yeah, this is CM Griffin Wellington right now. Baked on the outside, hilarious on the inside. Nailed it. But yeah, let's think about what we do tomorrow. And then, yes, I do need to actually go. Basically, 11 p.m. What am I going to cook? Shit, what am I going to cook? I have some shrimp. It would be really good. They wouldn't be good after, like, seasoning for... Dude, this fucking beanie is so itchy. Yeah, like, the shrimp I'm gonna cook... It's, like, raw right now. It's, like, red tail shrimp from, I don't know, somewhere in South America. Argentina? I think they say that on the bag. I don't know. Whatever. I'm going to cook that in a wok. It'll be delicious. But yeah, like, no, we're celebrating. I've overdone it a little bit. Let's go raid somebody. And then, yeah, after the raid, I'll be around gaming. Come on, man. If you don't know my gaming stream, like, it kind of sucks. Butter chicken with vodka. Dude, I don't even have the butter or the chicken to make that happen. Technically, no. Butter chicken requires tomatoes more than anything, and I don't have those either. So we're good. I love this song that's playing, but it's actually really sad. So let's go raid somebody who's streaming right now. Because, yes, I've overdone it. Come on. I've overdone it. We're chilling. Come on. Everybody overdoes it during the holidays. Come on. However, who is even streaming right now? I could raid Psycor. Like, I do owe Psycor. But hold on, here's the thing. I don't want him to raid me back. He should raid anybody else but me. All right, snow cone's going. Evan MMO. Ooh. Oh. That tasted terrible. Snow cone. Psycor. That's it? That's all I got? You know what? We rated Psycor recently. They're great. If you want to watch some really good cyberpunk stuff, let me shout out Psycor at least. It's CY. Oh, I couldn't even type that. CYCORR. I think. Hold on. Let me look. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. CYCORR. YouTube people, yeah. If you want to see some really good cyberpunk stuff, go check that out. ACM, yeah, no, the bakers got me. We're good. It's fine. Don't judge them for it. But you know what? Yes, we shouted out Psycor. You should definitely go watch that if you want to see some cyberpunk stuff. Really good. We're going to go raid Snowcone because they even have a Merry Christmas Eve title going. Come on. Let's go do it. Keep in mind, we have raided her recently. I would have actually preferred raiding some other streamer that we haven't raided recently, but dude, there wasn't much. Do people really have stuff to do on a Christmas Eve? Wow. I actually feel bad about that now. Only a little bit. Nah, fucking people. Nah, we're good. We can chill at home here with all y'all. And that was way better. But you know what? We can go raid another awesome streamer. I just feel like there should have been more streamers going right now. What the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? Anyway. Whatever. Wait, I hope I didn't type that into their chat. Oh, shit. I don't know. Alright, that's the right channel. I could have fucked up typing stuff into a stream. Shit. It's like I'm baked or something, man. I'll be over on gaming stream and we can embrace the baked. But yeah, I shouldn't be getting this baked here on this stream. That's my fault. Cheers. Sorry, my bad. But let's go say hi to some other stream. How about that? No big deal. So yeah, YouTube. Yeah, did I overdo it on Christmas Eve? Maybe, whatever. Omar, we'll see you again soon. No big deal. Candace, I'll see you guys on gaming. I'll be over there in 5 minutes.